while we're waiting for Omelette, I will be practicing Jakey Armos. Oh, I was practicing this. Please. Too far left. Damn it. Huh. Almost. I switched up at the wrong time. Jesus. Too high up. Fuck! First part of that was good. Once again, switched up at the wrong time. Yeah, I knew that was early. That's fine. Not sure if my timing was bad there or if I didn't move far enough or both. What? Almost. Oh, my ergs. All right, you're ready. Start voice call. Switch scenes. Hey. What's up? Nice. All right, let's share. I don't know if sharing OBS or the MP4 is going to be more useful. I guess OBS. We'll see. I don't know how super valuable this will end up being, but should be good to go. All right, so a couple things to talk about just at the beginning. I took a little bit of a look at your splits. I have them up so that I can compare, just to get like a feel for where it is. Like you have a 3140 light world. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. That's sort of at the high. Well, I don't know. I mean, if you want to get a sub 90, I think most people get those with like closer to like a 3030 light world. So there's still more time to save in the dark world than the light world, but unlike most players, you actually might want to focus on some light world stuff. And so we'll talk about that. And like obviously like your Eastern was a disaster and stuff. Sounds good. All right, so let's go. All right, I don't want to be hearing this. Okay, there we go. You know that using a 4-letter name costs a little time, right? So people like to say that it's about 1 second per extra character, but I don't think anyone's ever tested or has any particular reason to believe that. Yeah. Hey y'all, I'm not gonna be able to look at chat much. I just don't really have room for it on my screen. Hold on, did you do something silly there? Yeah, so you want to just hold down right until you're lined up with the door. You're getting an extra anti-pump by doing it this way. And how do you get out of bed, actually? Okay, that's fine if you can get to down right in time, but if you can't, then just like what I do is I hold down right and just mash A and Y. Do you pump at all? Okay. Okay. Um, yeah, that's fine. You might want to time it to see if you're actually saving time with it, but it seems okay. Yeah, you overshot this by a lot. It looks like, I think 4 frames. And then you're walking up 4 extra frames and down 4 extra frames, so it's like, yeah. This all seems fine. Hopefully we're not losing time in one of the free rooms. So this is a hard screen. You were... All right, that's not that bad. You're standing there for 3 or 4 frames, which is not the end of the world. So here, you want to walk left as soon as you get past the tree instead of walking all the way down and then left. So you see how you're burning a few frames walking into the tree? That's one thing. Another thing is you can get a little, well, you can do a few pumps or at least get a diagonal in on your way over here. And then when you turn down here, you walk into the bush for another few frames. If you're coming from above and you tap down and then slash, you're not going to walk into the bush as much. Here, you can turn left like around here and slash and then diagonal to get a tiny bit of diagonal. Really small thing, but can save a little time. And that seems fine. This is okay. I don't know, I guess you were scared of this guard. Yeah, so I would have just been holding up left from here, and I'm pretty sure you're going to beat that guard every time unless he's lower, but this isn't like that bad or anything. I don't know. You're doing a more up walking than... You're losing diagonal, right? You know diagonal is like faster than cardinals, right? So you're losing diagonal movement, which is a little bit of time loss. Not bothering to pump here. That's fine. Okay, that's a crazy thing to do. Not only are you going around his left side, you're not even diagonaling. You're doing straight cardinal away from the place you want to go, all the way to the wall. This is quite slow. So this isn't great RNG or anything, but you should be able to get to the wall ahead of that guy, and then maybe you'll have to slash that guy or something. Like, I don't think that anything super great is going to happen on this pattern. But, yeah. And then you walk into a guy. Oh, no. All right. And then we nudge the door on the way out. Perfect. Okay, so in this room, If you hold upright, you will turn up and start walking to the right. And here it looks like you're waiting to make sure you're fully in the room and then tapping up and then slashing. So if you hold upright and then slash, you still want to do it as soon as possible to get your sword charged, but you're like not going to stand still and you'll start making a little progress towards your destination. This is fine. This room isn't free, but you really want to diagonal here. Doing this and then down, like, again, you're wasting time. And it's even worse with your sword out. And then this is probably fine. You can release the sword, I think, a little bit earlier. But if you do the diagonal, you'll be able to release it much earlier because you'll get into position sooner. So you have to cover less distance with your sword out as well as covering it faster, right? So can definitely save some time in there. You don't have to walk down nearly that far before diagonaling. I'm trying not to like nitpick every single room because that's not really what you were going for, but I don't know. Yeah. Okay, so there's a bunch of things you can do here. It looks like you're trying to pump, which is cool. But if you're going to, you need to go up to about here, I think. And you go all the way up here. Seems good. Yeah, so your movement is weird here. I guess it probably doesn't really matter. I hold diagonal down right into the room and slash, and then just switch to right. You're doing a cardinal in and then a diagonal and then switching back to cardinal. But that's not that big a deal. That seems fine. Yeah, it might. I don't think it matters much either way. Yeah, that's fine. No, so these types of stairs are automatic stairs. They actually take control of your whole speed. So this is kind of an info hazard, but what happens on these is not Link walking downstairs. It's just his speed changes and they play a sound effect to trick you. But it's totally automatic. Yeah. So what do we do on ball and chain here? Are you a one potter? Oh god, what was this? Oh, dude. Right? A little bit of down right and then straight down for some reason? Why are we turning down here? Okay. And then we cardinal right into the wall again. And then straight down again. This is like 3 anti-pumps and a bunch of time walking into the wall. So you just want to hold right to cancel stair lag and then switch to down right. And then hold it until you switch to right after you've cleared the thing. If you have to boom the guy, you'll have to turn down and boom. But just just cancel stair lag and then hold down right until you're around the corner in general. A big part of the Oh, so you're not a one potter. Okay, so what happened here is you got the guard aggro. This is the risk of doing one pot, by the way, is that the guard will aggro you after you pick up the one pot and you have to be ready to deal with it. And it's fine. You just deal with it. But what you needed to do was boomerang him around this time. Certainly after the first slash. Yeah. But yeah, so like, I don't know, Dow says this a lot too, but a big part of the value of PB reviews is just forcing someone to watch their own gameplay back carefully. Um, so if you're going to do the one pot strat, you should ask Bitey. There's some like complicated flowchart for when exactly to boom the green guard that I just don't know because I don't do that strat. It's different if you do 8/, so I just can't tell you for this strat. I doubt it's actually a complicated flowchart, but it is a flowchart that I don't know. That was a pretty bad timing there. You're canceling stair lag, but then yeah. Yeah. A little bit of an overshoot there and then a nudge up. That's fine. You know, you're never gonna not nudge, but you want to be paying attention to that stuff. Yeah, there's another little small overshoot. Okay, so you got the guard aggroed you at a bad time. I'm not an expert in this room, but what you do if the guard aggroes you is you walk up more before turning. And so what'll happen is instead of turning and getting you there, if you're still walking up, he'll walk too far to the left or something and like overshoot and miss you. And so then you can get out unscathed. So my general plan in this room is to diagonal to here and then walk down and make up my mind about who to boom. In this case, it's fine. At this point, you're still totally fine. So what you would have wanted to do if you did the way I do it, you would be walking down here and then you would get to this point, but Link would be here and you would just boom this guy and walk straight down and then leave the room. At this point, what's going to happen is you're going to boom this guy and then he's going to turn around and you're going to have to boom him too. But of course, you don't do any of that, and then this is worse than any of those decisions would have been. It took me a long time to feel like good at boomeranging in that room. I just tried to avoid it too much, but it's actually good a lot of the time. This is a 434 stairs. That's not good. Oh, hey, Dow. Hey, people. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not going to be paying much attention to chat. I guess I could do it a little better than I've been doing. Okay, I didn't watch that. Hold on. Okay, yeah. Okay, so that's fine. It's whatever. It's not easy to react to this rat in time. It is the only thing to be thinking about, so like you should mostly be able to get it, but like okay, things happen. Here, you could have held diagonal and been fine there, but you would have to be really brave to do that. You did not need this heart. You're never gonna take a 1.5 hearts of damage from here. I understand that it was a race and you just wanted to get through it and everything was already terrible, so like you just do what you have to do. But this is not really the kind of life you need to be getting that hard on. Yeah, that was fine. Good. Good rat reaction. It would have been better to go below and take the bottom lane, but realizing that in time to actually do it, I don't think I would have. I think I would have done the exact same thing. Yeah, I mean it's fine. I'm just, you know, you gotta bully people to play a little more brave. Alright, that's good. Alright, this room is pretty good. You wanna move up just a little bit earlier because you wanna get this bat moving. so that he's not in your way on the way back. Yeah. How many frames before we open the chest? Let's see. All right, let's count from here. So we should be tapping up now. We are. Okay, actually, I think that, yeah, that's up. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, not too bad. That's fine. Water pumping is weird, and lazy pumps are actually usually pretty good. But I can't really tell visually what pumps are good in water and not. Okay, so this is, yeah. You can see here. Yeah, I guess I wasn't paying that close attention to if you did that. Yeah, so you stayed on this corner. That's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I think this is fine. So here I actually hold up right out of the door to cover all of this on solid ground. I'm not sure that's like optimal, but that's how I do it. And then pump up. And then you want to hit this right at the corner so you're back on solid ground. It looks like that's what you're trying to do, but you're a little bit late. This isn't like a disaster, but yeah, you could tighten it up a little. Are you snapping or are you holding up left here? It's hard to tell. It looks like you are, but then you get 1 frame, 1 frame. No, yeah, you're snapping. Okay. Yeah, so this room, this is pretty good start. You should stay this low, or even a little lower. I stay around here. You're already moving up, so you're already anticipating bad RNG by the time certainly by the time you're here, and realistically even by the time you go up from here. You want to stay low enough that a slash will kill the rat without further adjustment if he's coming to the right. But then you actually see him, and you've been coming off the wall so that you can deal with this RNG, and then you don't actually do it. So you should be switching to up left as soon as you see him. You know, it'll take a couple frames, human reaction time or whatever. You want to be holding up left. And then you'll catch him like somewhere around here and slash and boom. Instead, you end up having to deal with him up in the corner. Yeah, exactly 1 tile is where you want to be, but I think it's fine if you're a little bit lower. You're cutting your diagonal pretty short. I guess that's not really true. I hold diagonal upright here to make sure that I'm getting the diagonal movement on the first possible frame around the corner. It'll also bait the bat fine, and then you switch to up and then back to upright. But I don't know, I mean, this went okay. Well, yeah, optimally, well, just because you want to maximize your diagonal, right? But it depends on like rats and stuff sometimes. Okay, so you can go to this left wall if you're gonna like pump your dick off, but probably what you want to be doing is holding up and only going to the wall if there's a reason to. Because what's gonna happen here is these guys both let you through, and then this guy isn't going to. So now you're gonna have to deal with him. If you see the 1 rat go down. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what I'm actually responding to. But yeah, I go to the wall if these guys are going to be a problem. But anyway, so now, right, so, and what would have happened if you had gone straight up is, you would have had to deal with one of the rats anyway. It wouldn't have mattered that much, but you open yourself up to getting better RNG. So what I do is I go straight and then I mean, it depends on a lot of stuff. If the bats are the only thing in my way and the wall is blocked, I'll slash the bats. If the wall is free, I'll go up to the wall pretty late to get around the bats. I said you don't need to go to the wall unless you're going to pump your dick off. Yeah, exactly. You don't... Like, if you're lucky, you can not press B at all or Y in this whole room. And that's what you want to do if you get really lucky. And generally, moving out of the way is going to be better than walking behind rats and then dealing with them. This is fine. It looks like, I mean, you clipped on this, or nudged on this block a little bit, but that's not too bad. There's no reason to snap here. You don't need to snap into spiral staircases. Just hold upright as soon as you're next to the block, and then go up into the door. Yeah, you don't drag on spiral staircases. It's fine. There's the blue rupee. It's fine if you don't want to, if you're like really uncomfortable about it. But you can go to diagonal, like somewhere around here. I don't have a perfect cue for it, but somewhere around there. You definitely should not actually switch to down. You should switch to down right. Even if you're going to walk this far, switch to down right. Don't go straight down. That just adds 2 anti-pumps. And this is fine. Do you know about the mechanics of this switch? Okay. You can grab it from here. Maybe it's here, but like really far away. And you know you can just hold A and then go neutral on the D-pad and pull down. All right, well, maybe something worth practicing then. That's fine. All right, I assume your mashing is acceptable. This is deranged. Where are you going, man? You're going all the way to the stairs. Free nudge. Don't pump while you're going down. No, don't pump. Only pump while you're walking up or left. If you pump while you're walking down or right, you lose time. Yes. Do not do any kind of pumping when you're walking down or right. So yeah, it's all the same mechanic. So yeah, slash the old man to go faster. Yeah. The way I do this room is as soon as I'm between these doors, I just switch to down right and hold it until I'm at the height I want to leave the screen at. Doesn't really matter. You can switch to down right kind of whenever. So the way I do this is once I'm like here, I just hold down right until I'm like here. And then I switch to right. This is really high to leave this screen. It's fine. I don't think it matters really, but it's kind of funny. Okay, you went up way too high here. You want Link's shadow to be like lined up with these small dots in the ground. You see? You're like a tile above that. That's where the top of the tree is. So you're going to see here, you're going to switch to down right, and you walk down a bunch. A little bit of overshoot there, it's fine. I mean, it's not fine in the sense that, you know, you really do want to avoid all of the overshooting, but you know that, so me telling you it doesn't matter. All right, so that was a good Octorok field. This is weird. What are you doing here? Okay, just hold upright through this entire screen. You can opt to pump from like here to here over the next two screens if you want. I think that's crazy, but you could do it if you want. I just hold up on this screen because I want to be lined up exactly with the stairs. All right. Well, obviously you shouldn't walk into the Octorok, but I think that was fine. I guess I will say, yeah, you did walk a little bit high. I don't know how that affects it. Maybe Dow can explain, but I would be, well, okay. So the next thing that you have to wait on in this screen is this guy noticing you. I don't know exactly what that is, but it's a rectangle, and you want to get to the left edge of that rectangle as fast as possible, so you want to stay low. But even, like once you're up here, at this point, just you should be slashing by now. I'm not sure what you're expecting to happen here. uh, you're waiting really high. You should be all the way down. You should be lined up with him. If you can't time the boom well enough for that to work, just hold your sword out. You can move upright a little bit earlier to get a little bit more diagonal. I guess not much earlier. That's fine. I can tell you can pump faster because you can beat this guy by a lot more. But as long as you're beating him, it's fine. If that's not something, if you don't ever lose to him, then like it's probably okay, but you were really close there, yeah. So the two strats, well, there's a few strats you can do in here. The real ones are you can pump your dick off to the wall and then, or like through the button into the wall and then diagonal in, or you can move over like about 4 pixels and then boom and walk up. Doing the walking is going to be slower than doing the boom unless you get quite a number of pumps in. So that's a really complicated question. You really want to be on the second drop when you finish this, when you get to the circle of popos at the end of this dungeon. So ideally okay, there's a few things that you can do. You can try to, you've already lost the blue rupee. We lost that in the escape. So you can try to farm 2 drops and get a blue rupee and have a pretty decent chance of still getting a 20 in Circle of Popos. But you can also just, you're on the second drop now, so you can also just like pray for the 20 and deal with it later if you don't get it. Personally, I would slash that guy. I would actually go for, there's like a couple pixels where you can slash and hit both of these 2 popos, and you'll pick up the drop from the top one and burn that one. So if I'm on exactly the second drop and I didn't actually pick up the first drop, I'll go for that. But that's kind of silly, try hard stuff. Sorry, say that again? Yeah, but that's kind of try hard stuff. It's like super precise. It's mostly just for fun. Yeah, you should be holding... Okay, maybe you are. I'm not sure exactly where Link's collision is, but just like you want to be holding up left to make sure you're walking. Yeah, it looks like you are. Okay, cool. All good. That door is actually impossible to enter cleanly. This is kind of a tough room. This slash is good, but this one isn't. At around this point, you should realize that you're just gonna walk above and then diagonal once you're past him. It's not like the end of the world, but... Uh... Well... You go too far left, and then too far down, and then too far right. And then all the way up. So you want to pick up this pot from the bottom, and you're walking all the way to the wall. This part. That part was okay. And then you walk straight into the door instead of diagonaling back up to the wall. So you're not getting your diagonal movement there. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if 40 frames is right. That's a really tough room. I play it kind of like a baby, but like you can go a lot faster than that. That seems fine. My only complaint here is that you're walking all the way to the wall. You can't actually just hold upright. Don't diagonal them. I diagonal them. I think you can pick up the pot a little bit higher. I try to walk about halfway onto the tile and then switch to diagonal. I don't know. It's fine. Up, yeah, right into upright is good. That's how I try to do it. Okay, so this is good. There's no reason to walk this far down before slashing, and then sometimes you'll lose your mind and actually walk into the popo. But this is fine. Again, the rupee stuff is like really complicated. At this point, I'm pretty sure you're on the green rupee and you haven't gotten any rupees. You have basically no chance of getting a drop in here unless you like farm for the second blue. So you can kill this guy to farm for the second blue, which will require deliberately killing more popos later, which is like totally fine if you want to do it that way. But I would recommend at this point just booming him and trying not to kill any more popos until Circle of Popos. Hey, thanks for the raid, VZ. This is more anti-pumping here. That's not too bad. So just hold up right into the room until you're like lined up. You got pretty good RNG here, so it would have been fine. You get to the end here and then switch to diagonal really late, which isn't like necessarily bad. Yeah, you hold up. You try to hold upright until you're in position to pick up this pot. It's fine. You know, you stopped. I guess you thought you were a little low and corrected, but I think you were fine up until that point. I can't tell if you're nudging this pot or if you're doing right into upright. Okay, well, definitely don't do that. Yeah, okay. Definitely hold upright until you're in position. And I think that this is high enough, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, and then I like this. There's different strats you can do in here. Like, you can save a few frames by throwing the pot to the right. I hold it and throw it to the left to be clear of bad guys. Yeah, so you want to go down left into this pot. This is how I try to do it, because then you're like definitely not going to get stuck on anything and you're going to have plenty of time to line up. But that's fine. That's good. I assume we're pumping like a madman here. Oh, that was quite bad. So it looks like you're trying to get a few pumps in here, which is a fine, noble endeavor. But you nudge so bad on this door. Look at this. You're holding up left here. No, here, somewhere around here. You get 1, 2, 3 frames of 1 pixel movement, and then you turn left and get another 4 frames of 1 pixel movement. So you can pump here if you want. I just hold up left to clear this and then snap. You can try to do a few pumps and then snap, but I find that it's really awkward. Here, just hold down left until you hit this. There's a million. You have so much time before it's a problem. What do you mean? By nudge, do you mean like drag at a slower speed? No, holding down left, holding diagonals out of doors is fine, except for what we call bastard doors. There's only a few of those. Yeah, drag is only on key doors that are within a super tile. There's only like 5 or 6 of those that matter in the run. Almost all doors are fine to hold diagonals on, and all non-key doors are fine to hold diagonal on. Yeah, so you want to hold down left, and then you'll be aligned vertically. Or, yeah, you'll be on the right horizontal pixel, and then you can hold down. This is fine. You don't have to go this low to not run into the popo, but if you're uncomfortable, you can. This is like pretty weird. You do an up left as if you're trying to hit him from the up left, but then you do a little spin into him. Yeah, nudging the rail is totally fine. You can save a little time by not nudging the rail, but I wouldn't worry about it. And then you take another hit before you actually make it onto the platform. I think that's mostly bad pot pickup. So you take this. This isn't a great deboost angle, but I think what happened here is, yeah, it just took you forever to grab this pot. Yeah, it's another overshoot, but yeah. After we get out of Escape and Eastern, I'm going to call a little bit less attention to stuff like nudges and whatever that are... You're going to keep nudging, and I just don't want to say it every single time. Yeah, this is 30 FPS recording, which means that I can't tell stuff like getting 1 pixel per frame movement. Yeah, all the nudges are doubled. That's a good point. Also, hey, serious. You go really, really low here. And you have to go all the way back up. And then you don't really wiggle. And then you do wiggle. You want to wiggle on stairs and not on regular ground. Okay, so real quick, this is a 346 bow. That's not very good, but here's what I'm going to tell you. I'm meant to be telling you about timings that I use for stuff. So you want, well, it doesn't, it's fine. You have a 143. It is what it is. You want the same last digit on the bow, right? It should be 2 minutes or less from entry to bow. And this was 203. So you lost 3 seconds on like a fine Eastern, and you can save like a 143 bow, you can get like a 141. A 143 entrance, you can get a 141 bow. You can probably get a 140 if you're like better than me. So that's a sign that you lost a lot of time between here and there. We'll see. Maybe that was a 345 bow. So maybe you only lost like 2 seconds instead of 3. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. 134 enter. Yeah, okay. This is pretty slow for a couple reasons. One of them is you're just doing a slow strat, right? You're adding a slash to the room. That's fine if you're farming rupees, kind of. Another is that you're going all the way east. And then we menu to bow here. This is not a great place to menu to bow, but there's not a great place really. There's a few things you can use it for. But I would try learning the good strat in here. That was okay. You don't need to pause quite that long to pick up the key, but it wasn't terrible. Yeah, that was okay. That's not okay. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, the anti-fairies aren't touching, but in the bad way. Okay, you want to walk, so you cancel stair leg, you want to switch immediately to down right. Till you're around here, probably around here horizontally. So you go way too far to the right, and a lot of it isn't diagonal movement. This also don't walk left here. I mean, holding straight left after hitting the switch is totally fine, by the way. Where? Oh, in this room? Yes, I agree. You can try to do exactly one pump upwards, but I don't know, it's not really that worth it. Big up overshoot, but it's fine. Yeah, it's very easy. If you get like 3 frames of upwards movement, you're losing time over just holding left. I would just hold left. That's fine. You were trying to pump. You want to hit this from the right side. So you want to be up here a little earlier because it makes holding down left into the door line up really well. It doesn't matter because you walked into a cannonball anyway, but yeah. Oh gosh, okay. Okay, so this is really slow reaction. Okay, sure, it happens. You walk down pretty far before shooting, not great. This is the real problem. So you pick this up and then you don't know what to do. But this guy's going to be over here 1/3 of the time. You have to know what happens because it's 1/3 of the time this is going to happen. And then you do this weird cardinal thing and walk right up to him. This isn't like the worst thing in the world. Also, he gets a second move in because you were slow killing that guy. The best thing that I know of to do, I stole it from Louis, you just actually walk up, throw the pot right, and you still have time to get under this guy and shoot him. That's pretty hard. So you can just walk right, throw the pot up at him, and then bait the guy and shoot him. At the point where... Sorry? Okay. At the point where you've thrown this, though, you should be holding left. Because, so the square that he recognizes from, it's a rectangle. Sorry, but yeah. Right? And so you're doing this diagonal, which means you're not getting to this edge of it as fast as you can. And then you're in a reasonable spot. Then you realize, oh no, I only have 1 heart. What if I die? And you lose your mind and waste a ton of time. And then pick up another heart. That's fine, but, you know. This is... Okay, you want to slash as high as you can, but whatever. You can spin... I think here's the first pixel. Not a huge deal. It is a suction door, yeah. So staying a little low is fine if you're in that weird position. Normally... No, it means that... Oops, wrong way. It means that if you had walked all the way up to the door and then turned right and tried to slash, you would have gotten sucked in and not gotten your slash off. So that was basically just saying that it was a good idea to slash a little low. Normally you're gonna beat the door, and then you want to walk all the way up to it, slash, and then it'll open and you'll be holding up. Yeah, suction doors slag quite badly. Or drag, sorry. Yeah, you are a little bit off-centered. It's, you know, it's not the end of the world. So you spin a little late here. Hold up here. This adjusting, again, you're waking them up late. Just losing time for no reason by waking them up late. So just hold up. You really want to do diagonals here. You want to shoot one and then hold diagonal and shoot, shoot, shoot. I realize it's scary. You don't have to. You can do this stuff to stay lower if you're really scared, but give it a shot. So based on this door entry time, this should be a 5:11 Eastern, and I know that this isn't a 5:11 Eastern. So what happens in here? Okay, that's very slow shooting. That's even slower shooting. If we're mashing these arrows, we're mashing quote unquote at like 2 hertz. Okay, so this is very, very slow shooting, which is gonna mess up your timing for everything. You want to hold left or up left out of the last arrow, not up. This is fine, and then you realize you're a tiny bit far to the right, and you actually correct into a good position. You maybe overcorrect, but it's like not that bad. But like, look how long there is between these arrows. Like you're... yeah, I mean, anything like that is gonna have problems while you're changing. But if you're trying to time these, you should work on your timing. So what I like to do when I was learning this is I would stand next to a wall and mash at different tempos until I was mashing fast enough that I was shooting blanks or just missing shots entirely or whatever to get the feel for the fastest you can mash, right? If you aren't against a wall, well, if you're farther than about 2 tiles away from a wall, obviously you'll have to adjust for the fact that the timing is different. Yeah, I think that's right, Dow, around 17 frames per shot. But like knowing that number doesn't really help. You have to just like get a feel for it. That's around 4 times a second though. I guess maybe that helps. And if you're within about, like if you were shooting upwards from like around here, you could get max speed because the arrows will hit before the next one would spawn anyway. But if you're, you know, so this first one is going to be really close and you can shoot the next one immediately. But I guess Narmos fight, they're mostly pretty closely clustered together. But if you're shooting from farther away, you have to like adjust. I don't know. Bow mechanics are very difficult. But yeah, I mean, you got to just be able to do this fight. Yeah, props for trying to stop mashing though. That's really good. You want to pick these up. You want to pick them up from as low as possible with the shadow like barely above Link's hat. Land mode practice is good to arm mode practice. Yeah, kind of. I can see that. Right. That's not really the whole story with crystals either, but I don't believe in crystal catches, so ask Fricker about it. You went kind of low there. I've not been talking about manual stair drag cancel. Do you know about manual stair drag canceling? Thanks, Dow. Thanks for backing me up. So so you know how you cancel stair drag out of like spiral staircases by holding left or right? If you tap left for 1 frame or right for 2 frames at the like here, let me just try to show you. Yeah, so basically if you're like around here, I don't know exactly, maybe a little bit lower. You could turn left and then you'll regain regular ground walking speed sooner than if you don't do that. I don't actually do that in this particular case. I just hold down left until I'm there and then hold left. Yeah, I didn't end up switching, serious. In this particular case, it's quite bad because you end up making out with the Armos. But there's a lot of cases where it's pretty good. You also went too low there. I assume you're doing FMG movement here. No, you're not. Okay. Hold left. So as soon as you're in the air... Okay, so first of all, if you're holding a direction... So you're holding left here to jump off the cliff. If you switch to holding a different direction, like a diagonal, you'll keep running into the cliff, but it resets your time to jump off. So hold left until you're definitely in the air, because if you switch early, you'll lose 20 frames. But once you're in the air, switch to down left. Once you're in the air here, switch to left, and it'll line you up perfectly at the top of this gap. So, well, here. All right, I'll show. So I hold up left out of the cutscene until or down left here. So I'm going to switch to down left in the air here. And then holding it all the way through to this point, and then I'm going to switch to left now. And so that combination of jumping off where that diagonal gets you to lines you up perfectly for this. So then I'm here, and then I switch to up left, and then I hold it until I'm here. You can technically get a couple of pumps in here, but I don't bother. I just hold up left, and then pump along this. And then hold down left until you're lined up down here. You can talk to Saha lower, but I assume you tried and just got a late input or whatever. Oh no, dude. No. Walk until you're at the height where you can talk to him and then start mashing A. Because you don't want to time it and be early and then not talk to him at all. I hold down right out of this door until it's time to turn right. So that if I switch late, I'm already moving to the right. But you switch early anyway and just nudge instead. This is a pretty early dash. You're going to nudge for, I think, 3 frames here. If you're going to cancel this dash this early, I don't think it's worth doing. You got to cancel it late. Also, don't slash until you're on the stairs. Sort out movement is slower on regular ground, but it's the same speed as manual stairs. So up these stairs we pump, and then we release the spin, and hold up left out of the spin. I think... Right, you thought that because I think everyone thought that, but it's not actually true. What you have to do is not cancel stair lag, which I was saying earlier, you do the tap left or tap right at the top or bottom of stairs. So it's not that you have to leave stairs cardinally, it's that you have to not cancel stair drag. If you hold a diagonal, you're fine. You went too high, so you should have been holding down left, like here. Get this diagonal. And here you should have been holding down right to get over here. Like you went... You did this movement and that. You could have done so much more diagonal. That part was fine. You walk kind of low here. can dash a little more. Seems okay. You're a little bit far to the right here, but I think it's fine. Yeah, if the art, I think there's like an RNG where someone can be in your way if you're not all the way up against the left, but not that big a deal. Seems good. Okay, so this one is an important room. You want to be holding up left through this transition. So what's going to happen is, depending on your slope dash, you're not going to end up actually flush against this wall or whatever. And so then you want to hold up left coming onto this screen, which will, you're going to get at least one frame of movement before you start dashing, just because if you press a direction and dash on the same frame, you get a frame of movement, like the movement happens before the dash. So you always, this is why one of the many reasons I'm always yelling at people not to do neutral dashes in random rooms. In this room, you always get closer to this thing, and you're realistically going to get a second, third, fourth frame dash. And so you're going to get flush with this. And then what's going to happen is you're not going to nudge on this bottom bush here. So you're going to cut this top bush and then nudge on the bottom one for several frames. Yeah. And then all of this was a mess, but you can tell that. You want to carry that a little bit lower because... yeah. This is just a disaster. Oh my god. Dash here. This is so much walking. All right, we don't do spin speed here. That's fine. This isn't fine though. Yeah, cancel this dash with diagonal up. Walk until you're under this. Dash up. You can just hold left here. Yeah. You can dash up here. So you see these, or you can look at the row on the floor or on the wall or whatever. When Link is centered in this tile is when you're far enough left to bonk. I try to overshoot it a couple frames, or like a frame, because it's really bad to be early and then slip. But yeah, so you're walking. Oops, wrong thing selected. Quite a lot too far, and then also walking too far to the right. People like to hold down right out of this book menu. It doesn't actually help or matter as far as I've been able to tell, but if you don't do it, somebody will tell you should do it. So I think you should do it just so that nobody tells you should do it. I would recommend not bonking. You can slash a lot later here, and then you get less movement on the ground with sort out. You can actually, if you're being a mega tryhard, you can slash like after you get to the stairs. I don't do that, but you can. Yeah, it seems fine. You went pretty low here, and you went pretty high above the bush. But super speed is hard to control, and that's going to happen. You want to be a little bit farther left entering the screen, or like leaving the screen, sorry. Let me see. Yeah, so I want Link like here, like sort of the middle of him should be lined up with like the left side of the little penis head and of dirt. But an alternative, this is what Yoho taught me this, and I actually think it's a really good baby strat. You can just hold down right through this entire room. Nothing bad is ever going to happen to you on the next screen if you do this. It's easier. It loses like 8 frames or something over the 2 screens. That's what I'm doing right now, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, hold on. The down right there gives a chance that you walk into the gap automatically. Yes, people say that it gives you a chance. It has never worked for me. Not one time has I ever actually walked into the gap by holding down right after the book. When I was saying I don't hold down right after getting the book, people like to say that it sometimes, if you're late starting your dash, Link will start walking in the gap between the bookshelves. But I've never seen it happen, so I don't know. Yeah, this is a little low. You wanna be as high as possible without actually nudging the bushes. But it's not that it's true for any one tile wide gap, because the book is always in the same place, so you're always going to be in the same cycle of the right movement. So you're going to have the same subpixel every time in that place. It should be the same every time, and I've never walked into the gap. Anyway, I'll argue with Sirius about that later. This is fine. Walked up a little high there. I don't know how to get a good slope dash there consistently. That dash was late, but more importantly, you're holding right, and you should be holding upright. It stands for resting bitch face, and Liam says it about everybody, so don't take it personally. So, obviously you want to pause farther to the left than this. What are you holding? So you don't... You're not holding any direction. You get another frame of dash out of the menu. So this is my... Okay, so I'm going to give you this whole rant now. Pausing to cancel dashes is not actually good, because unless you're willing to like try to unpause and then cancel your dash like 2 frames out of the pause, you can't actually cancel dashes better with pause than with any other button. I still like canceling this particular dash with a pause because it lets you know what direction you should be holding out of the menu. Dow, don't poison people's minds. If you're gonna cancel a dash with a pause, I think you just like commit to that's the end of your dash and you're holding the right direction out of the menu. That's how I do it. But people can have other opinions, certainly. Here, yeah, hold down left out of this, cancel it, and dash turn down. It's smarter, but it's not what Dow does. That's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I think that it's, well, I don't know. But yeah, so you should be holding down left here. The main thing about this that's really good is that if you pause when you're like a couple frames late, you can hold down right and then line up with this bush and then not get a splashy dashy. This is fine. You actually restart this dash. I guess you were just not confident in it or something, but that was silly. You want to dash through this bush, not this one. Ideally, what you do is dash down through this bush and then dash left here. You'll actually usually nudge on this bush, which will set you up for a good slope dash. This all goes fine. It's not like a disaster to do it that way, but it's more consistent to do it the other way. I assume you know this, but you're a full tile below where you want to be here. Yeah, hold on. Let me... Yeah, so... Whoa. This preset is on the correct pixel. So Link's shadow should be like merged with the dark pixels on the ground. If you can see any light pixels between Link's shadow and the dark pieces of grass, then you're too high. And you have this whole transition to look. right? Because he's standing in that position. So you can spend this whole time adjusting, right? And so this is f8.8. If I go up 1 pixel, then I'll bonk. All right, so you're pretty low there. It's fine. Now you know. This is a little farther right, but it's not a big deal. Okay, you were not going to bonk there. As you can tell, because you got a frame of nudging. So if you were going to bonk, you would have bonked because you canceled too late to not bonk. This is not good. Okay. You can wiggle on these stairs if you want. I pump against the left instead. You can do a wiggle, it's fine. But leave them all the way to the left. And then hold up. And then talk to the book. Okay. Here, let me just actually show you, because you can talk to things from so far away in this game. So all the way to the left, and you can talk to it from like here. Maybe even a frame or two lower. Wait, that's not gonna work. Yeah. And so then when the animation is over, you haven't wasted this up movement walking into the thing. You don't have to nudge around it, right? You hold up left. Holding a diagonal into a wall gets you cardinal movement unless the wall is weird. And as far as I know, this isn't a weird wall. Yeah. So what I do actually is, out of the animation, I hold up left and I get my right hand on the D-pad to pump right. But you don't play on a D-pad, so that's not useful for you. Yeah, so basically you're trading diagonal movement for cardinal, which is a little slower. Oh, and then you go off to space. All right, well, don't do that either. All right, well, this was good until you just started this early, but the rest of this room was good. Maybe you were just fucked here, but there's no possibility that you were gonna avoid this guy, so you should have tried slashing. You might have been able to get away with it. It's a fairly short window before you were gonna get owned. Spinning there's fine. I wouldn't really worry about maximizing this, because if you want to save time, just do the good strat. But you can spin. I forget the cue, but you can certainly spin by here, somewhere around here, if you want to save a few frames. It also makes picking up the rupee easier. That's okay. You walk up a lot here. You want to switch to left once you clear the torch. So you pick up the key without walking up farther, so you don't have to go back down farther. Links for the spin here. So like here, this would be good, serious. Or wait, are you talking about this line? Or this line? I'm not sure which bricks you mean. Anyway, I'll let Omelet play with it if he wants to maximize that strat, but I think if you want to save the last 10 frames there, you just pick up the good strat. That's decent. Nobody is doing the Dow torches. Also, it's the Poyo torches. That's real. You were really far left here, but you can tell. All right, hold on. You're not book mashing. Very disappointed. If you mash the book, it plays an annoying sound and all your viewers hate you. So this is a bastard door. So this is a subtile key door, which means that holding diagonal out of it, you will drag against the door at 1 pixel per frame. So you actually have to come out of this door by holding right, and then switch to upright, and then switch to up, and then slash. This room is really hard to do right. There's a lot of tight movements at the beginning. No, yeah. Well, your movement out of the door was pretty sloppy. The rest of it was fine. But like you walked too far. You can slash up here, and you walked all the way over here. The rest was fine though. You walk down, you dash right. You're not dash turning here. I guess you're afraid of grabbing the statue. I would just start the dash earlier and risk nudging against that. But actually, you want to be far enough left that it. I don't know. I would experiment with the room. You don't want to do this turn before the dash. If you can't get it together and like consistently not grab the statue, it's better than grabbing the statue, but like you're probably good enough by now. You're good enough by now that it's worth finding out if you're good enough to do the room correctly. Yeah. Okay, so that's not good. So I think your dash start here was fine, but not like perfect. Yeah. Maybe a frame or two late. The earlier you start this dash, the more patterns you can beat. I think that keeping this dash and hoping you win is like reasonable. I don't know, it's a little sketch. But yeah. But you're never gonna. All right, well you use the menu there, that's fine. If I get hit or something and I'm not gonna know the timing, I just walk down until I can figure out what's going on and then dash. Also, I would cancel, if you're in this situation, cancel with up so that you're still aligned with the door. Because you get 1,000 frames of nudging at the bottom. Yeah, so like right now, you're pretty well aligned with the door. Okay. You gotta hold left and not diagonal up left out of this door as well. It's still a bastard door. It looks like you might be anyway. Yeah. It's very common. I thought that too for a long time. This is a pretty late, or a pretty early cancel. And then a pretty early dash start, because you're going to nudge the pot forever. All right, I gotta stop focusing on that kind of small stuff and finish the analysis. Cancel this with down left. You walk down and then left, and you're missing a bunch of diagonal movement. You're at 21 rupees here, so you don't need the rupees. That's pretty good. This movement is nonsense. Walking diagonal on stairs doesn't save time. So what's happening here is you hit the stairs, you're actually diagonaling maybe too early. The first time you switch to diagonal, you get 1 pump, which might save you a frame. The next time you switch to diagonal, you get 1 pump, which might save you a frame. I think that if you're not going to do the wiggle, just hold up, and then you'll be aligned with the door on the way down. But the wiggle is absolutely worth it, and you can save quite a number of frames. Yeah, it's the switching. So the way that movement works is that basically your movement pattern gets reset whenever you switch. Well, whenever your D-pad changes, but especially whenever you switch directions. But that's why wall pumping also works, is whenever your D-pad inputs change, the game puts you back at the beginning of the pattern. So the stair pattern is 1110, right? So you're getting, this is 30 frames per second or whatever, but basically you're getting 1111, 1110, 1110, 11, and then you're some point in this process, and then you switch to upright. And so your D-pad changes, which means that you're going to snap back to the beginning of the cycle, which means you get 3 more ones in a row. So you're probably going to save 1 frame doing this. But if you wiggle, you're going to save 1 frame on a lot of the wiggles. On the way out, walk down until here and then start your dash. Because of the way it's a very complicated room, but I will explain the main parts of it. So the wiggling thing, so like if you can see just the opening the chest time, right? 258, 259, because I opened a little late, 257. If I do just that, oh, did I not switch? 1 pixel and 1 frame are the same when you're not getting more than 1 pixel per frame. So my point is that doing 1 diagonal is not good. It's not saving enough to be worth making the room harder. But you can see that if I do a bunch, I can save, like I saved 7 frames there. The other thing you can do in this room is when you get to about here, tap A to cancel stair drag. A cancels, or starting a dash, so tapping A cancels stair drag as well. Right, so you see if I walk up here, I have walking movement, or stair movement speed until I'm like here. But if I tap A, I start walking faster much earlier. So the same thing is true when you start a dash. So if I'm going to start a dash here, and you're going to see me, you dash downstairs, up and downstairs at the same speed that you walk up and down them, right? But if you start a dash at the bottom of the stairs, that cancels stair drag and gets you dash speed out of the room instead of walking speed, instead of stair speed down the back end. So like I'll do it this way with nothing fancy, like you did it. Then I'll add in everything. Save like 10 frames. Yeah. So there's a lot of time there. But it's pretty hard, but mess with it. Even if all you do is just dashing out in the correct space, you're going to save 4 or 5 frames, I think. Here, it's easier to... You're going to get 1 extra anti-pump, but walk down a little bit and then hold down left so that you hit this switch from the right. And then just dash out. That's really good dash. A good time to hit this screen transition is like 420. Like 420, well, I don't know, 420 would be pretty bad for me, but it would be pretty good for you, right? So you've lost a lot of time here. I didn't check door time. Let's go check that real quick. $2:53. Yeah, so I don't really know what a good time is at a 131 level, but you can get 245s. You get 514 gloves? No, you don't. Do you mean 414? You can get 244 entries. Yeah, you can get 244 gloves, but you have to be a gamer. I've never had a 244. Yeah, so this is 419 gloves. I actually checked my overall time at gloves instead of my sub-split time. So I don't know. You can get sub 15 gloves though. 404 gloves not found. So on these stairs here, you can cancel stair drag at the bottom by tapping A if you want. You want to switch to up left after you push this block. You were a little bit late to switch, but also you switched to left, as you can tell, because you walk left and then up straight into the door instead of getting this diagonal. Yeah. Uh-oh, what do we do here? I think you can just hold up left out of this door, or hold left out of this door. Does anybody know if this door's bad? Switching to down left, but yeah, that would be worse. Well, it's not every south door. And this is a locked door on the other side, so I don't know if that affects it or not. I haven't tested this one in particular, but I think it should be fine. Okay, this is what happens when you play on a fucking analog stick. You hold diagonals in rooms where there's absolutely no reason to hold diagonal. That's just because you're playing on a D-pad, not on a D-pad. Okay, you're walking way too far left here. Start your dash here. So you know when you dash through an enemy and then cancel your dash, there's a few frames where you can't slash. You're reacting to this by doing a wiggle right, left. That's not like the end of the world, but I would just tap left and then tap B instead of trying to do this weird awkward movement to accommodate it. Also, cancel your dash way higher, like closer to here, maybe here. That I think was a pretty reasonable response. That's a pretty bad door entry, but okay. This is fine. It's easy to do this way. You're nudging against the torch to get on the grid. It's faster to stay flush with these because you maximize your dash, but it is a little bit harder to input. So I don't hate this, but you can do it a little faster. You went really, really far in to grab this key. Can do it a little faster. This dash saves about 10 frames, so it is worth doing, but not not if you're this late to it, and not if it affects your movement in the rest of the room. So you do dash a little bit high, and then you did this redash here. You start a dash, and then you're like, what if I didn't actually start a dash, and you start a new one? You mentioned that that's going to happen again, and I don't know what to tell you about that. I think you maybe just need to have more confidence or something. You didn't need that heart. This is... yeah. It's time for massive D-pad gaming. Cancel this dash with down left. And light the torch. All right, we're gonna talk about... We're gonna show this. All right, let's see this. Okay, this is a really tough room. All right, so we cancel with up left. You can light the torch from like, I think I'm 1 pixel too high here. No, yeah, so you can light it from here. Right? That's a long way away from here. You're not going to get perfect lights every time, but... he's very hard to beat with optimal movement, but you can do... You can just go a little bit far while walking up. You don't have to do this whole thing where you like go way out of your way. It does require practice. It's called Fast Walls Blue. I don't think I've practiced for 5,000 hours, but probably close to 2. What's it under? It's under game state, maybe? Gameplay. Gameplay Fast Walls. Yeah, I've heard about that series, but I never went back and actually watched him to see how it went. All right, how bad is this Lambo going to be? Oh, I think not too bad. Oh, wait. So, torches time, 5:35. Two things to know about that. That's not great. So the thing that I look at is if my entry is a 247, I want a 517 or better. Right? I look at the last digit. And then I'm never 10 seconds off. So what's the difference? So it's 230, I guess. I think my best is 514. But so with a 253 entry, you would want a 223, a 523 or better torches, which means you've lost 12 seconds. All right. I don't want to talk too much about Lambo, but this was unnecessary. Enemies can't hit you while they're in iframes. So there's nothing to dodge here. You're just getting out of position for no reason. Shooting a landmo and then walking through it is like actually pretty fundamental to doing this fight fast. You probably could have gotten another arrow in that guy. I'm not really gonna try to talk about landmo. You gotta have really good cue for how to time the arrows right when they're popping out. I look at the wiggles, so like I look at. Is there one where you were? I think there was one earlier. Yeah, so I want to stand one tile away, so that would be like maybe up here. And then on the third wiggle, when he finishes the third wiggle, I'll shoot. But if you're standing a little farther away, then shooting a little earlier in the cycle makes sense. I really don't like standing below landmolas. I prefer standing to their side and offset up a little bit. Yeah, I would be standing here for this worm 10 out of 10 times. Stand over here, shoot to the left. Standing above them sometimes, depending on where they are, especially if there's two vertically aligned, I like to stand above them, but generally I prefer to stand offset to the side and a little bit up. Shoot. And then like, I don't know. Yeah, this isn't a Lambo tutorial, but those are some of the obvious things to look at. You're a little high here, but okay, general idea. Are we booming? Nope. All right, and then pick these up from the bottom. It's fine. Do we Sandman dash? Okay. Hold up here. So you see Link is here, and then suddenly he's here. If you hold up, he'll actually snap downwards instead. So you save a frame. Or 2 frames, maybe. Sandman dash is fine if you want to do it. Yeah, go for it. You have 1 arrow here. That's pretty bad. So you want to start your dash like here, and you start it like here. It's fine, but Mm-hmm. This is okay if you want to do it this way. There's a bunch of different things you can do. Here, let me just switch to it. Well, I guess I can show this too. So if I just land, you can just start the dash, but if you tap up here, you see Link gets nudged out of the cliff downwards. Because if you're holding up, you get nudged to the left. But I don't know, I don't do this strat, so. All right, I'll do it one more time. All right. Oh, I might have to go feed my cat. I'm doing this all wrong. So your choices on this screen are I walk down and then do this diagonal to here. Just to maximize the dash instead of just holding diagonal the whole way. It's fine to just hold diagonal. You're not like losing a ton of time, but can maximize your dash a little. It's really fine. If you want to, you can save a little bit of time by maximizing your dash even more. Yes. By doing it like that. But then you have to deal with RNG. So those are your three options really on that screen. Whatever works for you. Yeah, that's my preference. You do walk down a little bit too far. I think you're fine though, horizontal or vertically. No, you weren't. Okay, yeah. So I don't know where I am. Okay, one of the reasons for doing this where you walk down is that when you get slope dashes, you sometimes get boosted off. So you're like not flush. Yeah. But it looked like you were fine. Did you get a frame of upright or something? Maybe I just don't know my cues. Looks fine. Yeah, the shadows are touching though. You can see right on this frame here. Okay, no. Yeah, so you did get boosted off in my frame. It's just hard to tell. What you should be doing is walking to the right place here, and then while you're dashing, check. And so apparently the cue is that there's no pixel between Link's shadow and this shadow. I guess it's harder to tell on the actual wall front, which I guess is what Sirius was trying to say, and I just misunderstood him. So like now that we know that cue, you can tell that you're 1 pixel too high, and so you have to do something to correct that. Reading it during the transition makes a lot of sense, yeah. And then you also have time to tell, like, during these dashes. And so at this point, you can just be like, all right, well, fine, I guess I have to move down and then go down and dash. You did not do that correctly. You got a diagonal input. Canceled left, and then you went up left, and then you went up left. And then you're not aligned, and the setup doesn't work if you're not on the right height anymore. Yeah, serious, I think that's fine. That was pretty close to being a good swim, and then it wasn't, but that's fine. Just hold up left, or just hold up, sorry. When you splash up, just hold up. I don't know if you're trying to pump early or something, but it's not worth that. Just hold up. Sorry. Once you splash up. You want to hit the thing a little more centered, but like anything is better than this. That was quite a slow boulder pickup. It's very hard, but it's something you want to focus on. It doesn't like really matter, but you can hold up left or upright, sorry, and then you'll face up if you want. If and you want. It's technically faster to, well, it's definitely faster to dash here, but it's technically, yeah, it's faster to dash. It's technically faster to pump here, but I like the dash better. You are canceling it pretty late, though. If you're going to cancel your dash late, then you should just be pumping to get a cleaner dash start. Yeah, it's, well, I think it's faster than walking for me, but it's definitely not consistently faster than pumping. This is a lot of anti-pumps. That no, I mean, why are you spinning? What are you doing? It's 37 frames. Down the toilet. Isn't it sort out movement? Serious? Isn't it like 1110 or something? I could be wrong. Maybe you can't, but I'm pretty sure you can. This isn't great. Okay, so this is, yes, this is not an ideal situation. That's fine. But I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish by coming down here. I think I would have just waited here and hoped that he goes right or up, and then you can go around. Coming down here is not going to help ever, I don't think. Yeah, and then there's plenty of time, like around here, to get around. All right. Don't slash until you're on the stairs. Same reason as before. Okay, good. You do know the good movement there. That's not a quick warp. So you want to cancel spin speed and then walk left into the warp. Yeah. Yeah. Alternatively, you can try to menu when you're, I think, on this frame. And then if you win, you can just hold up and get the quick warp. I don't really know that setup. I just hold upright to here, tap A, and then left. Yes. And that is... Oh, this is 30 frames per second. I was like, neither of these are the quick warp, but that's because you're missing a frame. Just hold up, yeah. You also want to nudge this pancake. Start your dash like here or here. So Katy Perry spawns one tile above this. So if you nudge this and she stays on her horizontal bullshit, then you will just go cleanly under her. She despawned herself here, so you're fine. But yeah. 243 entry, not good. 223 entry isn't really very good. You're losing like 25 seconds here, but you saw that happen. I've yelled at you about this before. Slash, hold up left, and then walk into the door. 216 entry is better than I've ever done, I'm pretty sure. Oh, and then we death warp. Okay, all right, that's fine. I don't know. It's okay. Yeah, it's just... yeah, that's fine. Canceling your dash here sucks. If you dashed all the way up to here, you would knock him out of the way and just like walk up to the door and it would be great. Alternatively, you could do the 2-dash strat, which I can't teach you because I never learned it. It loses a little bit, but it's very safe. You dash up to like here or something and then walk over and dash up. Yeah, I think that's the better way to do it. Do we need to talk about this room? Okay. Yes, you should have. This is fine. You can walk up. You can slash from a little lower, but it's okay. Yeah. I hope not. That was a little interesting. I mean, you know, you can light the torches from a lot farther away. You're going up and you're kissing every torch. Also, this diagonal here is lunatic stuff. Just hold right. You're only trying to go right. Why are you holding diagonal? All right. But yeah, you don't need to go. You don't need to kiss the torches to light them. But it's not that bad. Here, you have this whole menu. You see the skeleton is here, and you have so long to be like, wow, that guy's an asshole. And then you just try to walk around him. Just slash him. Make him jump. Right. So you want to switch to diagonal immediately after canceling stair drag. This part is fine. This part is good. Here, I assume it's because you're scared of the sticky crystal that you're picking this up from the right. That's fine. What I do is I just deliberately nudge a tiny bit. So I walk down a little too far and then nudge on the top of the pot a little bit and then pick it up. But yeah, then this is also bad, obviously. That's fine. Are we hitting it? Oh, come on, man. You have 4 hearts. Have some confidence. Okay. We're going to talk about this room. That's not a possibility. All right, so this part is fine. You walk under this torch, right? You hold up left out of here until you're around the torch. You're doing this slower. Hold up left. You do the same thing on the other side too. I'm pretty sure I've seen you do it. I'm not going to yell at you about that, but you do not need to wait for the spin to charge. Okay, on this side, Oh, sorry. On the spin. Here. You wait for the sword to charge before placing the bomb. You can place the bomb before even slashing. Bombs take forever to blow up. You've lost a lot of time in here, mostly to this, I think. Normally the spark will be getting past you at this point in the cycle. So I don't know, your cycle timing is weird here. But you want to dash down here. And then you want to walk below the torch, just like you want to walk below both torches. The strat, if you get this RNG, is to bonk over the fire. It's not like super easy and you might get owned, but you were 100% going to get owned, so you could have at least tried it. Love that menu. Big fan. I would not recommend going towards the outside of the arena here. I would try to walk up. I don't know. This is kind of an annoying pattern. Yeah. This dash, I mean, you can just do 6 dashes, I guess. I hate the dashes. This works out fine, but I would have followed and slashed. There are definitely times where it's good, but I don't think that was one of them. This one I think is a pretty decent place to be dashing. But this is not. This one you definitely want to follow him. This is going to be free as hell. This one, dash is acceptable, yeah. And then you always dash on the 6th hit. Yeah, that was a pretty good fight. Got pretty good RNG and handled it all right. And then pick up the bend in low. Oops, wrong way. Okay, do we do spin speed here? We do. Okay. So hold down left through the cutscene. Slash as soon as possible. You never have to let go of down left if your timing is really good, but you can let go of it for a beat if you want to have extra time to beat the charge to the bottom. Right. This is okay. Generally, you want to go under this one. I don't think it really matters, but that's fine. You want to hold up when you land here. This was fine. Yeah, hold up and then switch to up left, just to like not get stuck in this sign. Dashing is fun, but I don't like it on Mullerm. Carried this dash too high up. It's okay. Yeah. Get these arrows, I assume. You want to dash out of that door because it's like secretly fucking miles long. It's fine. But yeah, start dashing there. Oops. All right. So I mean, this is all obvious, right? Not to like grab this and kick up dust and stuff. You went too high here, but the main thing is you want to pull the tree from farther to the right. Like around here. Because you don't want to hold diagonal while the rupees are in the air. It causes tons of lag. It's like a massive amount of lag. It's terrible. So if you pull farther from the right, you can just walk up and dash left, and then you'll pick that up and pick that up without causing a billion years of lag. Or actually, I guess you're not going to dash left because you're shooting this guy. But, I mean... Yeah, that happens to everyone. Okay, this is... Technically, you can cancel with left here and save like 2 frames by pumping or whatever. But just cancel with up left and then hold up left until here. And then go to the right of the bush. You can go to the left of the bush. It loses like 1 or 2 frames. Sirius was just testing it the other day. And then, yeah, I like this to make sure you leave the screen high. Yeah, I think you were. Because you don't nudge on this bush at all. Yeah, I think you were still too low. So you should have been holding up left through the screen transition, but you're holding left instead. This isn't perfect movement, yeah. All right, you have the right idea. It's just a tough screen. It's fine. You're walking up a bunch for some reason. You actually want to overshoot this by 1 pixel and get 1 pixel of nudge on this guardrail. It saves like 3 frames. But don't worry about it too much. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, serious. I don't understand how you started a dash here because I don't know what made you think you want to hit A. No. Oh, you thought you had to hit A to pick up the mushroom? Yeah, you just walk into it. Okay, cool. So there's a few frames for next time. Again, pick up from the right. Once again, you have to walk all the way right either way. So doing it at the top causes less lag, basically. Let me just show you the movement for that, because this is a little messy. Is this the one? No. There's just no movement. There's no tree in the middle. All right, that's fine. Am I gonna have any pull here? Yeah. So you hold up and then left to pick that up, and then up left to pick that, and then dash right. So the whole thing looks like that. Now I'm pulling it too far to the left. New prac hack. Oh yeah, I'm on an old prac hack. So it doesn't matter. Well, you definitely don't want to cancel it early enough that you nudge down on this tree. You're gonna dash the same exact amount of distance to the right, whether you dash here, right? If you dash there and then there to there, or there and then there to there, same amount of dashing distance. So it doesn't matter where. So just don't walk so far right that you're gonna get hit by the bird or bonk or whatever. Just cancel it. You have a pretty wide range here. Oops. You're doing a turn dash here instead of a dash turn. I'm guessing it's because you think that you're going to grab the trees, but the trees don't actually have hitboxes until lower than you think. There's a wide range where you can do a dash turn, kill the bird and not grab the trees. Yeah, you canceled quite early there. Canceling the dashes out of mosaic transitions sometimes saves, or always saves some lag frames. I don't know exactly how precise you have to be to actually save frames over not getting the dash, but generally I try to cancel my dash very, very late, and then if I miss it, it's fine, and if I get it, then I'll save a few lag frames. You want to kill this guy. Hold down right until you're like, you can actually switch to right if you want, but until your like ear is over under the tree, and then you'll kill this guy. And then you never have the problem where 1 in like 32 times or whatever, he gets the fastest aggro, knocks you out of your dash, steals your beams, and ruins your life. Also, you nudge forever here. So, yeah. I like to stay on the grid on the screen, but it's fine if you don't want to. I also like to not dash here. This dash is faster than what I do, so if you like it, it's fine. But you're canceling it kind of early and maybe not saving time with it. This is a mess. You walk so far to the right here, dude. Oof. Yeah, good dash out, though. All right, this is fine. Do you have trouble with this screen? Okay. There's other stuff you can do here. I like to start this dash a little high, nudge on these bushes to be on the grid, and then cancel this dash with upright to get off the grid so that I'll nudge on this. You get the nudge anyway because you get on the good frame and it's fine, and you can definitely do it faster than what I do by staying on the grid and getting on the right frame. But like, I don't really like adding 1 frame dash cancels into my run. Or well, I do, it's fun, but I don't think it's good. But what you did is totally fine. Oh, you do the fast strat here, except you do it really badly and probably lose time. You can just hold left out of this door, pump down a little until you're here. Okay, that's fine. But if you're going to do it, cancel your dash above the torch. If you cancel this early, there's no way you're saving time. This is fine, but if you switch to down here, you can dash a little bit more instead of diagonally. This is a 3-minute entry. 250 is good. Hey, Mook, thanks. Okay, we go for the good strat here. All right, very slow on this arrow. You just stand around for a little bit. Yeah, it looks like this just needs more practice. It's not fluid yet, but it's the right idea. All right, this looks good. Yep. You can do that a little bit faster, but that's basically how I do it. This is a room where I try to play it safe instead of trying to force the last few frames out of it. This was a good start. You want to walk to like there and switch it down, but you got to snap in the door. Look at all this nudging. You almost got owned by the guard for nudging. All right, I love this. Well, I don't love that overshoot, but I love not going for any of these disaster dashes. All right, I do like this dash, yeah. Yeah, sometimes you get owned. You can save a little time there, but I don't think I don't would. I don't would. I wouldn't. This is fine. This is a really try hard snap, but I respect that. I respect the hustle. You don't need to hold up for anywhere close to this long. Also, this is a bastard door, so you do want to hold right before switching to upright. Yeah, you only need to turn up for like 1 or 2 frames, and you did a little extra. That was fine. Could have gone faster. Do you have specific questions about it? So there's a lot of RNG in that room. I'll go over it for a little bit. So oh, that's not the right one. So I hold up left out of the door and then up and then try to cut the pit to not nudge on this. Then I walk up like here. And then you want to read the guard and so like he's walking down left and you're not going to be able to tell that from here, but I guess this isn't really going to help. So we walk here, we get to like here, and so God. You can just walk above him on this RNG and then dash up. On this RNG, you have to do something. If I have beams, I turn up, slash him into the pit, and then do this dash. If I don't have beams, you have to walk like closer, and it's a little harder and stuff. I don't even remember what I do on this RNG. Gosh, it's been a while. Yeah, so there we dash. Also, the height for this, you don't want to cut this pit with your dash because the lineup with the door is actually above the pit. Just for that dash out. Here you obviously can just walk under him. I think the annoying one is when he walks left first, and then right. Stop giving me the same RNG. Yeah, I don't know. This one, I think what you do is you just sort of something like that. I don't think that's optimal, but that's, I think, what I generally do. I just sort of slash him off to the side so he's out of my way and then walk up. I don't know. It's a pretty tough room. There's a lot of RNG. Hey, everyone. All right. Yeah, so you're running into this because you're like afraid to cut the pit too much, and then you're not going far enough over, so it's harder to read the guard. And then, yeah, this is actually fine. You could have dashed there, but this is totally fine. Well, do you know how to get the key dash in here? All right. Yeah, well, that's how you do it. So if you don't have beams, you just like basically do it like this, but then walk down to the wall and then start a dash and key dash. If you have beams, just don't go for the key dash unless you want to learn the new FSG strat that I haven't learned yet. Okay, never go in between here. Unless you have beams and you're doing the whole beam strat. So what you want to do is you want to walk to the right, and then if the guard is going left, you want to walk down and arrow twice to the left. Otherwise, arrow twice down and then go kill the second guy. So I'll just do that room a few times. No. Oh, I have beams. All right, we'll just pretend I don't. So you walk right here, and then on the left RNG, you can do that. Shoot him into the statue. You can read their, so they're always going to move the direction they're facing. So you can read the RNG like the whole time you're coming up the stairs. Yeah, so you just go to his right and shoot him left into the statue. Oh, hey, I got it again. Great. Oh, yeah, so we're going to have trouble in pod here, by the way. I guess we should talk about arrow count. So you're going to pick up 5 arrows in Circle of Pods, and you need 6 arrows to do pod. So you should check your arrow count. I mean, I guess leaving Hera, basically, because you're going to have to be thinking about it. and adjust your strats so that you don't use all of your strats, all of your arrows in Aga Tower. Yeah. So like at this point, it would have been reasonable entering this room to shoot this guy twice and then dash into this guy and slash him twice. It also would have been reasonable way back in the Din Din room to be like, oh, I'm going to use 4 arrows in red spear guards later, so I'm just going to do the Din Din strat here because you have 5. So there's different things you could do, but that should be considered a disaster pot. Like that's very slow. This is not a reasonable way to do this. Why did you not dash out of this room is the first question. Because you don't know how many slashes it takes to kill a guard. Okay, it takes 3. So if you had known that, you could have been charging this dash instead of walking up here to hit him again. But given that you didn't know that, I don't really know what the best thing to do is. I guess slash so that you have your sword out. Walking. Yeah. Yeah. But so you're wasting a lot of time by slashing and letting them move before doing anything. It's not like the worst, but whatever. All right, so we're here. You walk down first, which isn't great. You want to walk down left. And then you're too low when you hit this guy and a little too far to the right. You need to hit him sort of straighter up into that and be a little higher so he has time to get into your sword again. Unless you're going to try to hit him into this, which I don't recommend because I think it's super awkward. Sorry, what were you saying? Okay. If you're in this situation where you have to slash each of them again, alternate. So up, left, because then that gets this both gets this guy out of your way without him getting to you and gives him time to get back into range again. So here you have to walk up farther to slash him and then he catches you. So it solves both problems at once. I like that hookshot though. That's a little late on that hookshot. You would have been fine here throwing the pot. It would have missed this guy. I'm like 95% sure. But the main thing here was that you threw the boom late. Like if you had thrown it a little earlier, he would have gotten stunned here and then it would have been easier. Yeah, it's one of the hardest rooms in the game. You can do a walking strat in here if you want. You walk to like here and then upright. If this is working for you though, it's fine. Oh, that dash was fine. You were gonna nudge out? Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't really go for dashes in this room unless you're really gonna learn the strat and always go for dashes. Do you want me to try to teach you the strat? It's like fairly tight, but I can try to teach you if you want. All right, so the main thing is that it just requires getting a really good statue push, which is not super easy. God damn it. All right, whatever. So you hold left out of the room until you hit the statue, and then you switch to down left until you hit the bottom statue, because then you're not... So you push statues faster if you're holding a diagonal. And then you switch until... the statue's far enough that you can walk down, right? And then you walk down, and you're going to have to get a big nudge on almost every RNG. If the guys get all out of your way, you could get a clean dash out and get a really fast room time, but mostly you want just to dash from like... not even that low. Like Link's shadow just barely below the statues. Because that's how you can actually beat the enemies. Like even on this RNG, you can do it. This is pretty tough though. I mean, have fun playing with it, but if you can't do it, then just don't dash. Right, it's fine. Yeah. Hell yeah, optimal. All right, that room was really good. Okay, I need to go use the bathroom and feed my cat, so I'll be back in just a sec. So yeah, I don't know what to do about the channel points price. Um, I might want to split up. Well, I wanted to do at least at least one before I like worried about it, but I might split up like segment reviews versus full run reviews. Where I can go over a segment. But another alternative would just be to like do this but not be quite as nitpicky. I assume we don't need to talk about Aghanim. Do you spin him towards the center? All right, let's go. Oh, the bot's not running. Okay, hold on. So we miss spin speed, and we go for it one more time. Okay, I like that. This is faster to go for one more time. Seems all right. This is another thing. I think you just like don't really know where slopes start because you consistently walk a few pixels farther than necessary. Something to look into. That was a fairly bad redash, but it's okay. But this is a problem. You're a little far to the right here, but that's actually okay. The problem is that you cancel this dash like 3 tiles early. Like the collision doesn't start here. It starts like up here or something. So you can get a lot more dashing out of that. Cancel stuff. Cancel with the diagonal. There's no reason to get this cardinal movement here. Yeah, again. This one I actually cancel with a cardinal up. Diagonal's fine. FSG does diagonals. This one I actually hold diagonal, but it looks like you turn down. Turn down is totally fine. Do you know how to do the mashing of that text correctly? Yeah. Okay, good. Go through here. Nope. Invalid. Cancel this dash. Down right. Very good. Walk. Hold upright. You can even pump here. Do not dash. This is terrible. Don't do it. I know you're afraid of the Ropa, but the Ropa is going to jump towards you here, right? So he's like going over here. He's going to be over there. He's going to jump down. He's not going to be in your way unless you fuck everything up. The only time you need to worry about doing anything other than this little U of walking, you can do a few pumps if you're a tryhard, is when the spirit guy's throwing up. Yep. That's a pretty good Kiki dash. Yeah, so 104 with a missed spin speed is not terrible. I like to get a 101. I usually get 101 if nothing goes terribly wrong. Missing a spin speed costs, in practice, probably about 2 seconds. So you're probably losing around a second-ish somewhere else. Hey, checks. This dash does technically save time, but I cannot endorse it. Yeah. It's so hard because you really want to be lined up correctly here. Being low, you nudge and then you're not saving time. Being high, you hit the switch wrong and throw off your timing. I just walk up and dash left. Like, this dash cancel is pretty bad. Because you're going to nudge a billion pixels. All right, what bombs do we do here? We skip that bomb. All right, we ballin'. I recommend that bomb, but you have your choice of several bombs. Don't walk this far over. Just like real quick. This is true of just like all pots. You can just pick them up from really far offset. I do recommend this bomb, but it's fine. You don't have to get it if you don't want to. You want to be like here-ish. No, farther left than that. But I think you can get it from here. Yeah. And so then you're just like wasting a lot less movement. But okay. Just dash turn here. Just walk onto the thing and then dash. You're walking a whole bunch out of your way. Just more time not dashing. I like that menu there too. There's other places you can use it, but I like it there. Left bomb. Filthy. Yeah. Uh-oh. What's going to happen in the next stream? Oh, I don't know. I don't use a Q for that. I just tried to do it. You could definitely have picked up that pot from farther to the left, like walk farther, get more diagonal. And I don't think you need to go up quite that far either. And you definitely don't need to go that far left. It's a lot of small things, right? But you could probably save 6 to 10 frames by just being a little tighter and all that. All right, do you know how to do this? This is a really tricky one. No. This is not correct, but it's fine if it works for you. You don't need to go that high up. The higher up you are, the more you're gonna... It's not nudging, but, you know, nudge into the pit before you fall. Checks approves. This is fine, but like you got a good bomb throw here, right? Well, that's a little bit high, but it's gonna be fine. You can throw from like here. But it was fine, and then you lost a few extra frames here. It's no big deal. You can save like 15 frames or something by doing the walking strat, but if you like the dash strat, it's okay. All right, see, that's a good chest opening, right? Maybe you could have been one more pixel to the left, but this might, like, this is a good pixel. And you can compare that to your basement chest where you were almost fully aligned with the chest. So you want me, do I need to go over the bombable floor? All right, I'll do it once or twice. It is a few frames faster, like 15 or something. It's worth doing, but it's whatever. So you can do this double dash, but then you don't get the bomb down as early. Right, 926. You can just walk and then place the bomb like here. That wasn't a very good one. I got kind of bad barrier RNG, but I also just didn't play it very well. I'm going way too high. Yeah, 916. So just lets you place the bomb earlier. Another thing to know is that I didn't actually look to see if you did this, but generally you want to place a bomb and then walk a step and then pick it up. Oops, oh my god. So if you pick it up immediately, then you're walking with bomb speed the whole time. But if you wait a second, pick it up with your butt, you get more full walking speed. Just like a tiny mechanical thing that can save you frames here and there. So since you have beams here still, I would just cancel this in the normal spot and beam up and then dash instead of trying to go to the right. I walked pretty far left there, but okay. Okay. All right, how does this go? Okay. You have to get either this bomb or the bomb before shooter room. You can't skip both. That's quite low. Okay. Are you holding the D-pad between pauses and trying to repause? Okay. Then your timing is a little bit off because you got 1 frame movement and then you got a 2 frame. So you see where we are. Well, let's go back one more. So I look at this. I don't know what you look at, but I look at this. Okay. My TV isn't consistent enough to show those, so that's not what I look at. But yeah, okay. I don't know what a good thing to look at for that is. So I'm just going to point at it here. You can see 1 pixel of dark gray. And then you get 1 frame of down movement, and now there's 2 pixels of dark gray. And so what happened here is you started holding down too early. Oh shit, I pressed the wrong button. Because, yeah, you got a 2 frame movement, which means that you didn't restart the downward walking cycle. Does that make sense? So your first frame of downward movement is always 1 pixel. And then it alternates 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So you didn't let Link actually stop and start again. So he kept the 1, 2, 1, 2 pattern instead of interrupting it and getting 1 pixel again. And so that's why you overshot the pixel here. And then you had to do another up and then another down. And then you did this slash for some reason. And this is too high. All right. you know, that's a lot of that was sloppy, but I'm not pointing out every sloppy thing anymore. You know where to, when you overshoot stuff, you know that you don't want to. Yeah, this bomb is way, way, way slower than this bomb. This bomb's like 15 or 20 frames. This is like 60 or 70. Very got out of your way this time. Excellent. Dashing there is faster, but if you'd like that walk, it's okay. You can always dash out here. If your archery contest, if you win the archery contest, it's never going to be a problem. If you lose it, then walking out is totally reasonable. That was such a slow pot pickup. Cancel, dash, walk up, 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 up. Okay, finally. All right, let me talk about pot pickup mechanics real quick. This is this is a thing that I was really mad when I found out about. Because I felt like I should have learned it earlier than I did. So I'm gonna pick up this pot and I'm gonna stand still. I'm just gonna press A once and I'm gonna pick up the heart. Okay. So the way to do this room is pick up the pot, stand still, and start charging your dash, and you'll pick up the heart automatically. Okay, here's the problem. I'm gonna move down a pixel, and I'm gonna press A once. I'm still gonna pick up the pot, but I'm not gonna get the heart. And so this is what happens is people are like, somebody tells you, oh, just pick up the pot and stand still, and then they pick it up from a pixel or 2 pixels away, don't pick it up, and then they don't understand what's going on, and then they start not doing the rooms correctly. The way you do this room correctly is when you cancel your dash, you hold up until you've definitely gotten to the pot, right? You want to be sure that you're flush with it, pick it up, and then do the dash. Yes. God damn it. Oh, here's another thing. Hold down left. As soon as you pick up this pot, hold down left until you are like here. Ish. I don't know exactly where Link lands, but until you're to the left of the statue. I'm not gonna fight about the statue, but you can tell that you're losing time here. All right, what are we doing here? Okay. I assume you've tried to learn a good strat and couldn't, and that's why you do this. I guess this isn't bad if you do it a little tighter. Okay, here's the real problem though. You kill him and then you just stand there like, do I need to shoot him again? Did that work? Oh, you just didn't know what drop you were on. Okay, that's fine. And then you pick this arrow up, which is correct, and then you pick these arrows up. Don't do that. Just go. Those are not the next fastest 5 arrows in the game. You don't need to go up nearly that high. 412 teddy bear statue, not great. A lot of it is the hammer yump, of course. A lot of it was mimics or getting the arrow pot. All right, you walk it out here. Very good. Love to see it. Seems fine. Okay. You want to hammer earlier? You see when you hit him, actually hit the turtle with the hammer, Link gets pushed backwards a little bit. You can hammer from far away and still knock the turtle over without getting the pushback stuff. Save a few frames. Okay. When Link's sword touches this here, I don't know how to describe it. This little gap between the darker tiles in the floor. I switched to down left and immediately hammer. I want to get like 1 to 2 frames of down left movement. Yeah, that's fine. But if you're going to, you want to move like 1 or 2 frames to down left. You're moving looks like 7 here, maybe 8. So even if this guy hadn't decided to go down, you would not have gotten him from this far to the left. So you're sort of ending the chance of having a correct room. Also, at this point, what you want to do is save this guy for last. Yeah. It's a tough room, but you're going too low before this hammer. And then too low before this spin. So that's probably why. Like here, I'll do the room a couple times. So oops. Yeah, it's like that. No. Maybe if my thumb slipped or something, but if you move as far down and left as you did, you're not going to have any choice. But if you only get a frame or 2 of movement, your spin will kill all of them. Like, you see how high up I still am when I spin? That was too high. Yeah, spins are fucking big, is the thing to learn about them. Yeah, and then waiting for them to group up. Once you're already in that position, waiting for them to group up is good. Do we despawn our shield here? Oh, baby. You could dash up there, save like 10 frames or something, but you don't have to. You do have to not get boosted back by these guys, though. Also, hold on. Okay, we didn't have the key dash. That's fine. All right, you should have done a third hammer there before spinning. If he's coming down, you do 3 and then spin speed. If he's going up, you do 1 and then spin speed. Okay, and then he's just going to be the friendliest scorpion dog in history. All right, and then I think that's a correct grab. But I don't understand crystal grab, so take it up with someone else. So I've been experimenting with walking up another step here before dashing left to not get lotteried by this guy. Jury. I don't think that's going to help. Because the problem is that he'll jump up and then on top of your sword, and so being lower actually gives him more room to jump on top of you. So here, you went a little high. It's pretty good to nudge here to make sure you're on the grid so that you can get a clean dash here. It looks like you're fine anyway, but... Oh, and then you walk right for a mile. I guess you just were early on your redash and didn't catch it for a second. Oh! Oh! You want to start this dash early, like here, because you want to nudge on this tree. Because the bird has already seen you, and if you nudge on the tree, it changes his aim to go for you here instead of going for you when you're like lower, and makes dodging easier. But you were fine anyway. He's a scorpion dog. What do you want from me? All right, you want to walk a little bit lower than this. Generally, you want to actually nudge on the statue. And the hitbox of the statue isn't here. It's like here. Yeah. And then this is reasonable adjustment. So you don't actually want to walk this far up. It's a common misconception. I don't know if you have it, but it's a very common misconception that you want to nudge on these things. I thought it myself for a long time, but you actually don't. Because what's going to happen is this is exactly the same as the other time you're on the screen. You switch to up left here, and then you finish lining up with the thing on this screen. So being a couple pixels down is better. This dash is technically faster, but it sucks ass if you don't feel like doing it. Any dash that you have to time a really fast start through a screen transition is like super skippable, right? So dashes are faster than walking at 4.5 tiles, right? And so if you're going to go for like a 5-tile dash out of a screen transition, that means you only have a couple frames to start the dash before you're actually losing time. Yeah, it's totally fine to do it either way, but just letting you know your options. But here, you dash too low, and then you have to adjust up, which is another reason why I don't like that dash. This dash is technically faster, but most people prefer just pumping down. Here, just like dash high, pump down, and then walk down left and dash. You can do this dash, down, dash, whatever. Yeah, and then you're just a little off. It happens. This is fine, but this tree, most of this tree doesn't exist. You can walk left and maximize your dash a little. You can also talk to him higher and maximize your dash a little. Are you going for this quick warp? Oh yeah, you got it, I think. Oh no, you're off. Okay. I do that quick warp really bad, so I'll let someone else, or you can go watch FMG or whatever, but I use a hat queue, which is complete trash, and just sort of like hope I get it. It's really, really bad. So there's no reason to try to cut this dash maximally or try to walk all the way to the right before starting this dash. Just start it like here. Because you're wasting frames walking into the tree and turning down, and you're not making up for anything because you have all this room here. So there's no reason to try to do it that tight. If this guy's walking up when you screen transition, you want to dash, yeah, this far. You want to cut this bush on purpose. So this was good, but probably not conscious. Yeah, you can also enter the screen a little farther to the right, and then he'll be walking left, right. Can get a little more slope dash there. All right, so as soon as you get here, you can hold up left, and then you'll get diagonal as soon as you can get diagonal. You overshoot and then get less diagonal. You cut this a little close. It's better to walk up a little bit more, but I think you're fine. You also go way too far over to the left here, right? This collision doesn't actually exist, so you're a full tile to the left of where you want to be. But then you make it out. Kind of like book mashing, you can flute on the Usain Bolt screen to annoy and confuse your viewers. Nothing, it just plays a sound. This animation lasts way too long. All right, this is good. Okay. So this is good. This is like exactly where you want to cancel this dash. This is really good. This, you cancel this one much too high. You want to cancel right as soon as you can and walk left. If you notice that you've canceled it this high, you can like turn up at some point and slash to knock him out of your way. Or you can menu to hammer here and hammer him. The hammer will one shot, so that'll make sure he's out of your way. Yeah, that's pretty sick. You walked a little far right into that dash, but it's okay. I hate this hammer menu for the same reason I hate all other menus used to cancel dashes. If you buy my logic, then you'll move your menus, but yeah. Is that a quick warp? Oh, nice, okay. Diagonaling into that is a little tricky. This dash just like sucks ass. I don't really have good advice for you, but cancel it with down left until you're past the tree and then start dashing. The down is not good. This dash down, I am told saves time. I get faster times by just walking and then dashing right. Unless you're going for the slope dash, which you should not do unless you understand bush prize packs. You don't want to hit this guy. I mean, it's fine, I guess. I don't think it really matters. No, it does matter because it changes the timing of locking you out of your dash. But I think since you're dashing down anyway, it's okay. I don't know. I don't try to hit him. I cancel my dash higher. Well, I don't cancel my dash because I don't dash. But I try to walk right under these things, dash right, and then cancel, you know, oof, early. I think I would hit him on this RNG anyway, but not a huge deal. This is fine. So a good entrance is like 3 minutes or less. So one of your better overworlds. Excuse me? This dash up is fine. It actually does technically save time, but I don't like it. I see almost nobody go for it. It's so hard to time when you can't see Link, and it makes it harder to get a good clean dash out, and you can actually pump against the wall if you feel like it. I think it's a pretty bad dash. Okay, that's fair, yeah. Hold down right coming into the screen. It'll line you up, and then you won't nudge down here. So you can't see Link here, but what you can see is how close this pot is to the top of the screen. I can't tell you what the visual cue is when you can actually see all of the pixels on the screen. All right, so I guess it's maybe use the door or something. I don't know. Find a screen visual cue that works for you so you don't walk way too low. I actually hate it, but a lot of people advocate for holding up on this transition so you stay on the grid, which will allow you to have a shot at getting a perfect dash here where you don't nudge and don't have to go back left at all. I really don't like that. I hold up right or right, depending on how I'm feeling, and deliberately nudge, but that's an option. Here, you know what to do about the fire snake? With the lag. That might have been okay. So the idea is that if the snake is still like visible, you want to walk up more before dashing right. Okay, just to make sure that you're doing this on purpose, this room was done correctly, but it's sometimes hard to tell. Nudging on this block is very important. You did do it, and that's good, and continue doing it. Like, don't try to not nudge on it. You very much want to nudge on it. Okay, 2 slashes here is kind of crazy. What are we doing? No. So, all right. It's not really timing. It's just giving yourself time to read it. You could also menu here. Some people prefer that. But what are we going to do on this RNG? Do you know, like right now, can you tell me what the fastest movement here is? Yeah, this is a top route RNG. If you're not able to read it fast enough to select the right thing, just always go down and then pick whichever lane is open. It loses like 20 or 30 frames on the like fastest RNGs where the bottom lane is fucked. But it's not a big deal. So we didn't get Hellway. This was fine. You got pretty good RNG, but then you canceled this way too early and moved down for some reason and then went really far right. Like you just sort of this anti-fairies don't have RNG, right? So he's always going to do this movement. There was no chance of him like bouncing this way. So you could have just canceled later and just like hung out and then walked up or whatever, but yeah. This is interesting. So hold up left here. I think you're in the right position. And then you do that and then hold up right here instead of up. So that widens the window before you walk into the next spike by a lot. And then start a dash. This is totally fine, right? But it's, I think, harder. Yeah, and then you don't have to snap into this because it's a staircase, spiral staircase. Don't hammer that. There's only like 3 pots in the whole game that you actually want to hammer, I'm pretty sure. Okay. You were still in the doorway, but you shouldn't have been not holding a direction regardless. But you're still in the doorway. You can't place bombs or use any items in doorways. So you want to pause when you're like here. Yeah, so wait until you're like here and then pause and then do whatever you're going to do out of the menu. Why is hammering that pot faster than you? I don't think it is faster. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that is a good hammer pot. Okay, yeah, and you want to slash upwards. I don't know. That room was a mess. Yeah. Yeah, throwing pots on time is really hard, to be fair. Are you just doing a double dash here to time it? Yeah, okay, that's probably fine. I don't know how much time you're losing, but I don't think it's a big deal. All right, so this guy has 5 RNGs. And on 3 of them, you just want to hold down. And you can always hold down at the beginning of the room and then read the RNG before reacting. So preemptively holding diagonal is for shortening your dash before there's any reason to. Also, you don't want to walk down to the lined up with the door. You're going to move like about a tile during the dash charge. Conveyors push you at half a pixel per frame, like 1 pixel every other frame. And dashes start 30 frames. Take 30 frames to start, so you're going to move 15 pixels. So you want to start, which is a tile, right? A tile is 16 pixels. So you want to start like here. Yeah, sure. So I don't pause in here, but I look at the Gibo first. The Gibos are the Patrick Stars. And then I go whichever way he's not going. And then I start looking at the guy on the left, the Zazak on the left, and decide how I'm going to deal with it. So this kind of sucks. I'm taking the top route because the bottom route is blocked, but the Zazak is walking up. So if he shoots a fireball at me, I have to deal with that. In this preset, I have 8 hearts, so the way I'm going to deal with it is just not pay any attention to it and hope I win. Right? And I won. And if I had gotten hit, it would have been fine. Yes, that happens, but it's super rare, and if it's happening to you much, it's because you're doing something wrong. Also, this dash is faster, but only if you're definitely going to make it, so I only do it if the Patrick Star is like way the fuck out of the way. Like there. Yeah, so that time I got hit, and life goes on. If I were at 2 hearts or something, I would like pause and wait for it. This time I'm going down. Just slash him out of my way. Could have gone below him. Felt like slashing today. That time he walked far enough down that I can just go above him. So I deliberately nudged on the rail there. He walked down, so I know I have room to get above him. But I deliberately nudge on the rail to make sure I have as much room as possible. Yeah. Some people menu to hammer in this room to read the RNG. I've never found it particularly difficult to read the RNG, but if you're having trouble with it, then that's a reasonable place to use the menu. So what I do if it blocks me, which I'm not going to get one of those RNGs, so I'll just show you, is, come at me, bro. Just slash it and try to walk through it during iframes. It's not always going to work, but unless you're in Oko, then, like, it's going to be the best thing you can do a lot of the time. But it's going to take me forever to get an RNG where that actually happens. Is my RNG locked? No. Yeah, so like here, on that RNG, I would have been preparing for that eventuality because he was close enough that it was pretty likely. Right, so like here it's pretty likely. If he had shot up, then that slash and walk would have been fine. But if you always go whichever way the heart of the Patrick Star is not going, then the body is not also going to be there, which gives you at least a chance of slashing it and walking through. But yeah, I think if you're struggling with it, yeah, doing the menu is perfectly fine. The dash out doesn't save time unless you can do it, unless he's so far out of the way that you can do it from here. Yeah, I would not have gone for the dash here if he's here, I don't think. Although I think you can. But certainly if you're over here, there's no use to it. You want this bomb here because you didn't pick up a bomb in pod. Or you did pick up one. I pick up 2 pod bombs and then skip Thieves Town Toilet. Generally you want 6 here unless you're like counting on a drop and playing it really aggressively. Which is fine, but I wouldn't recommend doing that. Alright. Yeah, this seems fine. I really like dashing here. It just makes it so much easier to not get hit. It's also a little faster, but that's not actually why I do it. This is another time where you started a dash and then didn't like it and started another one, but it was fine. You weren't gonna bonk? This dash is really hard to line up. I'm really bad at it, but you do nudge a bunch here. Don't neutral dash. Well, neutral dash here, but still don't do it in random rooms. Alright, that's alright. Could have picked up the chest a little bit faster. So you want to beat the tile falling out. Yeah, you didn't walk far enough, right? Yeah. So you're like 3 pixels to the left of where you want to be, roughly. 2, 3. And then you go too far over on the side. But you deal with it fine, right? Things happen. There's stuff you can do here. Doomtap recommends holding up right out of the door and then switching to up once you hit this. I personally pump up a few times. In all cases, though, you want to pick this up. So the only time bombs are going to be, or hammering pots is going to be faster than picking them up is if you're not walking. Although, like Ace said, in that attic room, if you're getting slow throws or whatever, you might be able to beat it in some rooms. But in this one, you're walking, you pick it up and just like really want to keep walking that direction. And if you pick it up, you can like be walking before you throw it and save some time. Yeah. Yo, nice. The fastest way to do this room is to hold up and then dash turn left so that you stay on the grid. If your timing isn't good enough and you're grabbing the wall, this is fine, but you can do it a little faster that way. Do we understand blind? Do we need to talk about this? Okay. Just gonna watch it to make sure that nothing jumps out at me, but... Yeah. You sure we don't need to talk about it? So I don't... I think you just want to walk farther to the left here before turning down. I do the whole third phase differently, though. I do the bonk. It aligns you at a good height. Yeah. So... Right, so now what's going to happen is I'm going to poke him, and I'm going to get pushed back at like a good angle. And then I just hold up left until I like get to the wall and then turn and slash. Oh god, I don't know where I am. I paused at a really awkward time. Yeah. So I just hold up left out of it. I think Dow actually taught me that. Yeah, like after my recoil starts, I switch to up left until I like get to the wall, then slash down. If you don't have beams, you have to wait a little bit before the down slash. But yeah, so the bonk just sets you up for that recoil well. Yeah, I did, Dow. All right. That's fine. All right. This is a little bit low, but it's fine. This is questionable. You can stop like here. This is not a problem, though. This is another place where place a bomb. Jesus. Picked it up instantly. There's no frame of the bomb on the floor because you're at 30 frames per second. So this is another place where you can place the bomb, walk a few pixels, and then pick it up. And this is fine, but you want to slash and then dash left, and you're going to nudge, and that's good. You're walking super low and then having to walk back up. No, just slash and dash there. I mean, hold down after the throw. I just started doing this strat, so I'm not that good at it, but you throw left, you hold down, and then you slash and dash, and you'll get a few pixels of downward movement, and then get the dash left. But I just picked it up recently. I don't know if I like it or not, and then I stopped playing, so who knows. But just like walking down a little to like burn time and wait is also totally fine. It's like hard to save time with the slash and dash over just walking. It's just for making the timing easier. So if it doesn't make the timing easier, don't do it. Okay, good. We don't dash here. You can talk to Frog from farther away. Yeah, it's fine. You walk a little bit farther to the right here than you need to, but it's all right. That's a pretty low portal. It's fine. So again, look. Come on. Dust, then move up again, then start a redash. Gotta have faith, man. It's like 15, 20 frames every time. You know this is not a dash, right? Yeah, I do. Yeah, everyone does that sometimes. Do you know that you can talk to the dwarves without canceling your dash? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I could tell you mistimed it. I just didn't know if you knew that factoid or not. All right, are we spin speeding? Aw. Okay. Are we fence dashing? Oh, baby. Oh, no, we're not. Oh, wow, that was good. It looked like a bonk. All right. We bonked up there. That's fine. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Are we going to do the right number of dashes, but in the wrong places? Okay. Hold left, dash up, walk right. Dash down. This part is fine. Oh, God. Don't let Fricker see. So a good entrance is like 208. Okay. This is fine if you want to do it this way. I cancel this dash with up right here, and then walk up and dash turn. So it's a enemy dash. So you have the weird lockout window, which is what you're compensating for by doing this long walk right before dash turning. But it's also a pit dash, so you can cancel with just a cardinal up. I find it easiest to cancel around here, or maybe a tiny bit higher, and then walk up and dash. This is where you want to dash, like about here. Look at all that walking. And of course, you want to cancel your dash lower. You also want to dash down along the left side of the ribcage so that you can go a little farther with your dash before you bonk or nudge this. Just past the spine and you always get the rip out. What do you mean by just past the spine? Like the middle? Yeah, I don't know. I use it. I wait for Link's like shadow or feet or whatever to get into this like nook a little bit. But maybe I'm going even a couple frames late. But yeah, so like there's this collision here. Like this is a square, right? And I guess anything past this square is gonna be fine. And then here, you cancel this dash with down left until you're here, and then you do left and snap in. This is a door that you have to snap into this door. I think you did, so it's fine. Okay, yeah. Well, that was basically perfect until you pushed it too far. I probably would have slashed the mummy here, but you were braver and you got paid off, so. All right, do you know you hold right here? Okay. So as soon as you're far enough that you're not gonna oh god, what's the name? Grind is what they call it in Chrono Trigger. What do you call it here? It's not nudging, it's dragging. As soon as you're not gonna drag on his like cheeks, you want to switch to upright. So you don't mash your face in this wall and you get your upright movement. They're not butt cheeks. Regular cheeks. This is all fine. This is how I do this. You can also do the lower route, but I like this. I wouldn't call that a nightmare. Okay, that was totally unnecessary. Look at how far away he is. Okay, but there's no... Your sword can't hit them. They can't get to it in time. Okay, good. It's fine. Oh, you take bottom route going back. Wow, weird. All right. No, I've just never seen anybody take top route going to fire rod and bottom route going back. Why, Chex? Why? Is this a neutral dash? Don't neutral dash. Except, again, you do neutral dash in this room. So you got this pause. This exact position is why we neutral dash here. Because you can hold up left to get around it. But holding up, I think, gets you hit. Unless that's pixel before it. Anyway, I don't know if you know that. Yeah, so you're scared and you cancel down left. But you want to cancel up left and you'll make it around. I don't want to get into it. Oh my god. All right, Chex. Keep your secrets. All right, you stand still waiting for the key a little longer than necessary, but that's okay. You also went so low here. I guess the beetle is pretty scary. I personally just ignore the beetle, and I've never been sad about that. But I guess it's possible that you could have gotten hit. Vanilla inverted? Oh, you've talked about that before. Okay. Okay. You also walked way too far left before starting this last dash. You want to start like here? I guess way too far is a little bit. All right, that's fine. That's the strat I do there too. All right, so yeah, that's very common. Yeah. All right, so you didn't need to cancel. And then once you had, if you cancel there, you want to nudge on the block on your way back, which it looks like maybe you were trying to do. It's hard to say. And I guess you actually ended up doing in the end of the day. So this gets you back on the grid, so it's a key dash again. I would probably cancel here too, although it turned out that you would have been fine not to. But you maximize your chances of getting a good finish to the room by nudging on the block on your redash. Yeah, that's true, Ace. He had lost some time to that point already, which changes the beetle timing. Right pot is technically faster, but I don't think anybody except Wayne actually does it because it sucks ass. Do you know about left pot? Yeah, for sure. So the main thing is just that this diagonal cuts the corner perfectly. So you hold up left out of the door and pick up the pot. And then as soon as you're like flush against this pot, you switch to upright and you'll cut this corner perfectly every time around the pit. If you do right pot, you have to like adjust and do it manually. And here the whole thing just sort of happens for you. Yeah, it loses, I don't know, 7 frames, 9 frames. Single digit frames, but it makes the room a lot easier. So do what you want, but I highly recommend left pot. Also here, hold upright, like starting here. You'll line up with the pot, and then you can't just hold it through the rest of the room, but it'll make it easier to line up with the door. That's pretty good. You can shoot those fire rods a little closer together. You want to shoot them sort of towards the end of the walk, but I think you're supposed to shoot the first one a little early so that you don't have to actually literally stand still between them. You know what I mean? So like shoot here and then keep holding right and shoot again as soon as you can, and then you won't have these frames of standing still. Also, I don't know why you hold right out of this. Just hold up. That's the direction you want to go. I guess you're going to walk right, actually, so maybe that's fine. I don't do Joe way, so I'm not an expert. A lot of this was pretty sloppy. You walk down here, which is unnecessary, I think. You walk up so high there. You walk up a whole tile throwing that pot. Yeah, so that's something to work on, is just getting a clean throw. And then you walk really far to the right here, too. I guess you're getting the magic on purpose. I see. So that's probably just a consequence of walking really high here. You hit the pot, I guess. All right, so hopefully once you get the pot throwing under control, then you won't feel the need to do this long walk either. Getting the magic does not lose time. Yeah, it's fine to get the magic. Throwing pots is indeed forbidden tech. Yeah, you do save refill time. So that's not a problem. If you want the magic, though, you don't need to go this deep for it. Also, if you're vertically aligned that this hits, then this hit also will work. So just hold left out of this shot and shoot the other one instead of doing this diagonal, because you're doing a diagonal into a dash now, which is slow. You want to maximize your dash. And then you keep holding left, but you want to go up. Why are you holding left if you want to go up? Hold up and then dash. And then look what happened because you walked so far left. You were nervous that you were going to miss the torch. You weren't going to, but you were nervous that you were. And then you had to walk back to the right. There's like a lot of slop in here, and it all adds up. Oh boy. Okay, that's really far to the left. You want to walk to like here. Like you want to just barely clear the door frame. And you're okay, I was exaggerating. But I was worried you were going to hit the spike. Then we menu here to the wrong thing. Yeah, that was okay. I think you menued at a good time. And so you can read that you're in a good place here. But, oh, and then you didn't hold anything out of the menu. Okay, all right. So if you had held right out of the first menu, you would have been at a good height and it all would have gone smoothly. It ended up fine. Except that it gave all the other guys time to get in your way. All right, so around here, like when you're falling into the pit, like you've lost about 20 seconds getting to this point in the dungeon. Maybe a little more. That was pretty good. You're standing too low for the double poke, really, but if it's working for you, then maybe it's fine. I like to stand so that Link's tip of Link's sword is here. Like use this vertical line on the block as the horizontal position for the tip of the sword, and then just adjust so that it's right here. And then when the antennae hit this row, you know, the block, the bottom of the block, the bottom of the spike, whatever you want to look at, then I start dashing, and I hold down during the dash. And so then as soon as the dash starts, it gets immediately canceled, and I don't have to time anything. But then Moth gave you good RNG, and it all worked out fine. What are you doing, man? Okay, so you can buffer a menu out of a mirror portal. There's like 6 frames or something of time where if you hit start, I think it's got to be more than that. It's like right as the warp is resolving, you start holding start and you'll get a first frame menu. And we're not doing a bird dash, totally fine. We can talk about them if you want, but you can also just not worry about it. All right, that was really good. This is you do the screen way, way, way better than your overall skill level. Yeah, I learned that factoid about menu buffering from Doom Tap. Okay, and you did play the flute when he reviewed my PB. Oh, okay. So you want to hold down here. The bridge warp puts you on a pixel where you get drag from this set of grass and from this set of grass. If you hold down, you dash faster. Seems fine. You can throw that pot a lot earlier. Like here, like before the screen finishes transitioning, although I don't try to push it that hard myself. But you're getting a bunch of frames of holding an object walking instead of regular speed walking. You also start this dash pretty late. Yeah, you can throw it during the transition, but I don't want to push it too hard. Love the Louis dash. You want to walk up a little bit more, I think. You're going to nudge on this bush, and then that's like, I think opens you up to the possibility of a lottery still. You want to be a tiny bit higher. Dashing up here does save time, but I respect the walk if you don't like it. Okay, dashing down here is very... You definitely want to dash down here. It's going to save time anyway, unless you get like a totally trashy cancel, but also like most of the time it solves this problem for you without you having to stand still and slash. I don't know if this is a dash cancel issue or a collision knowledge issue, but this whole stuff doesn't have any collision. You want to dash all the way over here. Yeah, here, let me just pull it up. So, yeah. Like you can be aligned with this part. Yeah. All right, are we a quick fisher? All right. Do you want to be one? All right. You can extend this dash a little more. This is not a problem, but you can take it a little farther. We bonk. We get a quick warp. Okay. Love the dash cancel. Don't love doing it to the left. Cancel up and to the right. The here, let me just show you. This is actually a really weird thing. So the collision on water is really weird. So if I'm like over here, I can walk up and down through this water. Right? I can enter it from this direction, this deep in. But like if I take a big step left and then right and then left, I'll jump in. The collision is actually directional. Yeah. So you're going to dash through this part where you're within the weird directional aspect of it most of the time. So you always want to cancel the dash upright. But you do want to cancel it. It saves some lag frames. So if you're a TAS, you want to be along the grass. In my testing, I could not in an RTA context. So they're asking, do you want to... So you're going to be dashing here, right? And so in an ideal world, you would cancel at the last possible frame and then get this grass dash, which is faster than water dashing. I could not get that faster. In principle, it could be. In my testing, I was tying my other times, but usually losing. But you can test it if it works for you. Yeah, Dow's good enough to save time. I'm not. I was able to get it to tie, but I wasn't able to get it to beat it. Yeah, but on the way back, you don't dash down there. But anyway, weird mechanics. Yeah. Do you know that you re-enter this screen wherever you... Okay. Thank you for saving me from trying to explain it. Okay. This is good. This is fine. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Yeah, the water being directional is super weird. I don't know. I just learned it recently and it freaked me out. Yeah, I can't see you well enough to know for sure. I think this is a tiny bit lower than you want, but that's totally fine. You're not going to get perfect dashes every time. This is pretty good, maybe even a little bit too far. Like this is cutting it really close. But then this is terrible. You want to walk up here and then walk upright until you're over here. And then do this diagonal. And then dash left like around here. You're going really high. you want Link to be like halfway in this water. And then dash left a little bit farther to the left. You want him sort of lined up with this bump, I guess. I don't have a perfect visual cue for it, but you're gonna splash here. You can dash from on top of the Zora. Yeah, okay. This is fine. This is... You want to be a little bit farther to the right just to maximize your dashing on land, but this is totally fine. Getting this dash on this grass is nice. You want to actually get farther down here and dash, quote-unquote, through the deep water here, just to make this extend this a little more. But this is fine. If you're like really a god gamer, you can dash like down into this dip, dash right, and then walk straight down here and dash right. Whereas you're going to have to do more diagonal walking in the water, which is okay. Yeah. Most of this isn't collision, so you can just dash right straight through it. And then this is fine. You want to turn to up and start pumping somewhere around here. Because like, you walk up oops. A little higher than necessary. Sorry, skipping around by accident. But you can dash from like somewhere around here. I think it's right above this tile. It's like here maybe. But you could be a little bit farther to the left, right? And then you get more dashing. And then as long as Link's like the left of your splashy thing is past this line between these two tiles, you can dash up here. So you're not far enough left here. You're gonna splash. I'm just completely lying. It's after you're past this one, isn't it? So here, I'll just go over it. Right, so dash up, dash left, walk up a little bit to make it around this thing, and then walk. I look at Link's ear crossing into the dark water. Oops. Right. Up left. Yeah, so like I dashed pretty early there, but it's fine. Yeah, so this is going to splash. And then that should be fine. That's too far. Oh, I thought that might be too far, right? Very high. But yeah, walking in water is really, really bad. So maximizing your dashes here is important. Yeah, that's the basic structure of the movement. All right, so getting our finger webs. You know that you're supposed to swim for a little bit before you start mashing? Yeah. So you want to build up to max speed. It's like about a tile of movement, I think. I was just looking this up the other day. After reaching absolute max speed. Okay, it takes 31 frames from a standstill to reach max speed. So you wait about half a second. Just wait a beat. I don't know. Here's all the details. But that says to wait 31 frames before starting to mash. I don't know everything. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's possible Zora's domain is weird because the swims are so short that the oscillating max speed stuff doesn't matter. I just don't know. Okay. Seems fine. Dash down here. Love this menu. Yep, gotta wait. Okay, so you can see that this guy's here while you're menuing, and you know you're gonna have to fire rod him, right? I always beam this guy if I'm gonna have to fire rod, because you have to wait for him to come up anyway, and I don't want him to decide to charge me. You will lose a little time over like a perfectly executed ignoring him and slashing and getting or fire rodding and getting right into the water, but it's worth it to me. You really want to enter this water in this one tile gap here. Nudge against this on purpose. I nudge against this on purpose. I recommend it. And then you can swim straight left because you're going to like bump into this and everything. It's going to be a mess. Yeah, you bump that, you're all over the place. We get our quick warps. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. There's a few ways you can do this screen. What I do is hold left until I get to the ice, then switch to down left for like a beat. Very short down left, and then back to left and beam twice. You can also hold left out of the door, and then once you hit the ice, beam... Sorry, hold down left out of the door. I don't think I said that right. And then once you hit the ice, beam twice left. But what you're doing is gonna be a bad time. So I can show the way I do it. So I do this tiny little diagonal there, and then the A press to pick up the key. These are not going well. That one was fine. You're actually supposed to switch to diagonal before the A press, but I can't do it yet. I need to learn it. So you can do it like this, or you can do this like that instead. Also very popular. I'm not as good at it because it's not my main strat. Yeah, so whichever one of those feels better. Oh god. Anyway. Something like that. This though, it's so hard to control yourself on ice. If you're not doing something where you know how the movement is going to work, it's always going to be a mess. So in this room, you're going to walk this full horizontal distance. So there's no reason to try to like be super spicy or do a diagonal or whatever it is that you did here. Just hold left. Yep. No, you do that, but like you're going to walk all the way to this wall. You're just going to do it down there. So there's no reason to try to be super tight and precise about it. Right? You can walk a full half tile or whatever here. As long as you don't grab the wall, you're not losing time by walking left up here. And so you're like trying to cancel stair lag and then immediately diagonal or whatever, but you're making it harder for yourself and wasting a few frames. Hold upright out of this animation. See, you're not all the way up here, which means you're losing diagonal movement frames. You can start charging this dash earlier, like somewhere around here. Sure. So you want to release your spin when you're like here. I look for the sword to line up with the edge of the pots. I release the sword and also the D-pad and switch to down. You're releasing it like a half a tile later, like, 8 pixels later. which means you're missing these guys and you're carrying your spin really far out. And then your timing is all screwed up. You also want to hold up out of this animation and then throw the pot, and then you'll be aligned with the door. You'll walk up a little bit into that pot and be aligned with the door for the dash out. Let's see if I can do it. Yeah. Like that. So you release here. And I switch to holding down immediately. Link won't turn or anything until he's out of his spin. And then you can just pick this up, walk up, turn left and dash. That time I started hitting down early. There's also other things you can do here. That was pretty sloppy. You can move down left or down right out of the door or something. I don't understand that strat. You can also do a slash down instead. I also don't understand that strat. But it saves time if you don't have beams. But yeah, so this is the only way I know how to do it. I think FMG will explain how to do it with the early down tap if you want. But I just do it like that. All right, what's going to happen in here in maybe the hardest room in Ice Palace? What are we doing? Oh, we're doing one bomb. Oh, maybe 0 bombs. Are we ever going to place it? Okay. If you want to do 1 bomb, that's your business. That's fine. 2 bombs is safer, except that it makes your bomb route tighter. Hold right out of this door, though. And then hold upright when you're like about to be lined. You know, you don't want to hold right into the slope. But you can just make your movement a little more, a little simpler. Hold right, then switch to upright. And then turn up and slash when you're like around here. It's significantly faster because conveyor room is a fucking nightmare. Also, it looks like you're good, but in case you're not doing this consciously, holding up here until you get past this rail is really good. Yeah. Probably want to... Okay, well... Probably want to be holding up left here and not turn yet. Then you're going to get up around here. Then you can just beam twice left and place a bomb. Actually, you can place a bomb, beam twice left, and then do the whole thing, but I don't know how aggressive you want to be. I don't know. This room is really hard. But I guess I'll do a few of them to maybe give you some idea. I don't know how effective it'll be, but so I placed the bomb here, so I may need a bomb, but let's say we're not going to. You want to place the bomb early and carry it over. Right, so I can tell what they're going to be doing pretty far in advance. I mean, I don't do 1 bomb, so I don't, but you can to save a couple frames. I'm mostly just memeing. I wouldn't do it, I don't think. But I wouldn't do this strat. I think Josh said it's like about a second. But it's so RNG dependent. If you get like incredible RNG in every room, it's not going to really save much time. But if you have to deal with bad conveyor RNG and hit the switch, it's like pretty messy. But it does require picking up an extra bomb somewhere and making your bomb route a little harder. If you're not confident with like IPBJ or Spooky or whatever, then totally fine to do 1 bomb. This looks pretty good. The only thing I really want to say is that the cue for starting your dash charging is the chin hitting the bones. You're also waiting really high above the door for no reason. You want to be lined up with the door, and then when the chin falls down, you start a dash and you'll get out. It's like, see, the door opens, and then you're just still sitting there charging your dash, and then you have to dash over these frame pixels as well. And that's okay, I guess. Should be walking diagonal here, I think. More, but you have to switch to right at some point. It's not like that bad. You should definitely be walking left between these shots. There's no reason to be standing still here. And you should not really be having trouble beating this nightmare eel thing. I think what you actually want to do here, well, you want to cut this a little tighter, and you want to slash once here. And then, yeah, I'm not really sure why you're losing to the thing. You shouldn't be. I think you're just like standing still longer than I realize between these shots. Because with left RNG, you mostly want to walk around here and then dash. Which is what you do, but you have to wait for the cycle, which is weird. Let me see if I can figure it out. Oops, whatever, it doesn't matter. Yeah, so like... Wait, why were they coming out of the bottom? Oh, does their timer start in the Stalfos Night room? Maybe. Yeah, so their timer starts in the Stalfos Night room. So you have to have a clean Stalfos Night room for that to work out. Okay, that explains it. Okay. Well, this is going well. Yeah, just do that every time. Okay, perfect. What's the fear? What'll... Can you not tell within 30 frames that your hammer isn't up? Okay. You definitely need to be to the left here. I don't think you're gonna beat it anyway if you're not hammer dashing, but maybe you have a chance. Alright, that's fine. You should be diagonaling to cut this pit corner starting roughly here. This will always, if you cut this corner well, you're always going to be in a good place to pick this pot up and then continue your diagonal. So you're doing a bunch of extra cardinals here. This room is exactly like the room before blind. You can hold up to stay on the grid and have a good shot at saving some frames by dashing longer and exiting cleaner. But you can also not if your timing isn't good enough and you're grabbing the wall. Right slash! Oh, this is baby stuff. All right, that's fine. If that works for you, that's fine. I think you were too early here. No, maybe that's fine. This is also fine. I mean, the clip. It's fine. I mean it. It's totally fine. If you want to learn different strats, then you can. But okay, you definitely want to dash down out of this room. You're doing a pretty long walk here. You want to dash out? The clip is easier. It's not easier than what Omelet did, but it is easier than the good strat. Okay, two things. Pick up the pot. Don't hammer it. Again, we're walking through this pot, so we just want to pick it up to get our movement in. And you can stop pulling this as soon as there's any white pixels visible. Which is when this, pick your favorite visual cue. I try to look at the eyebrows of the skull. Yeah. Yep, it's a smiley face. That's what other people look at. Whatever visual cue you like. I look at the bottom of the statue compared to these, eyebrows. Okay. Yeah, so that's fine. Really good audio cue for this that I found recently. The do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. It's the fifth beat of that, so it's do-do-do-do-do-do-do. If you play it on the, the fifth beat, the fifth note, perfect timing. You don't have to walk this far over. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right. This is all okay. This is gonna work. But if this is one of your better cold stares, I'd be really worried. If it's one of your worst ones, I'd be fine. But if it's one of your better ones, I'd be very nervous. Okay. So you're losing time by walking too far to the right. And then your spin is a little bit late. Right? You can spin. You want to hit cold stare with the last frame of your spin, but you can't time it that closely because then you'll just get destroyed because humans aren't frame perfect. And you're hitting somewhere in the middle, which is totally fine, but you can do a little bit better. Because the later you hit with the spin, the more time you have to get into position, and then you're hitting cold stare before they have time to get aggro you if they're aggroing really fast. And then the rest of this is fine. Yeah. The reason is that your movement isn't exactly the same every time, and this room fucking sucks. I pause earlier than you, like around here. So that I know where the icicles are, so if I'm going to get hit, I can deal with this. But you were slow enough in the room that I think you would have gotten hit before the second spin hit the cold stairs if you were going to get hit anyway. So it maybe doesn't matter in this case. Yeah, it's probably because your first spin is a little late. I might have said late when I meant early at some point. But yeah, you want the very end of your spin to hit cold stare, which means you got to release it a little earlier. Yo, thanks for the sub, boss. Hope you're doing good. But then this part of it was fine. You walk maybe a tiny bit too high, but I think that this is normal. You should be aiming to stop here, but being a frame or two off is totally normal. It's not a problem. I wouldn't walk down maybe quite this far, but I don't know. I think it's fine. Mostly the movement at the beginning and the first spin is a little bit sketchy. The icicles can still hit you after Cold Stare is dead, unlike every other thing in every other boss room. I don't know why, but they can actually damage you, and you have to actually pay attention to them if one is falling at the end. It doesn't matter here because you had more than 2 hearts, but you won't always, and you don't want to lose a run after Cold Stare is already dead. All right. So 5805 ice is quite good. I don't know what... Here, let me actually just find one. All right, so my 129.28 PB had a 5707 ice. So I guess you're about a minute behind that, but still, like, that means that 4 minutes behind your PB. Yeah, but you're probably not gonna get your first sub 90 with a 58 ice, but like you're pretty close to, like, this part of the game. It's sub 90able from here if you were already like a 125 runner, you know? So my point is that you're going to be losing a lot of time here. Yeah. Right? So you're losing 4 minutes to Dow in the first hour and another 4 minutes in the last 30 minutes. What was that? All right, that's fine. It's fine if you're not going to bird dash, I guess. Slash once you're on the stairs. I mean, this is fine, but like you don't need to be this much of a baby, really. Like, you can start moving left before this. Yeah, yeah. Okay. I don't know if other people do this, but I deliberately walk a tile past here so that then I am lined up with the stairs from the diagonal movement. I have my moments. All right. We kind of did it. It doesn't lose time, Ace. You're doing this amount of horizontal movement either here or here, and I find that it's easier for me to get on the stairs cleanly. So we get our quick warp, which means that we want a neutral dash. Do you know that? Okay, so that's the second half of the Kaz quick warp. You neutral dash because then you're on a quick warp pixel right now, which you know because you just got a quick warp. And quick warp pixels recur every 8 pixels, and dashing is 4 pixels per frame. So if you just dash, neutral dash, you're on a quick warp pixel every other frame. So if you neutral dash and then just cancel with straight up once you're here. Right, and you can learn a cue and actually know and adjust if you get on a bad pixel or whatever. But you just, without even learning the cues, you can just have a straight 50-50 chance of getting a quick warp here. Yeah. You want to either dash here or go for the quick warp, the quick hop, sorry. But the dash will be faster than just walking. You can talk to the tablet from farther to the right. And Dom Turkey says that talking to it from lower causes fewer lag frames. Yeah. Like having a little bit of a gap, kind of like the Ganon's Tower entrance and stuff. All right, we'll talk about that when we get there. You're not getting Ice Rod. Well, that casts this gold in a different light. Okay, that makes sense. Can you read tablet from lower with diagonal up left? I think so. I don't know. I heard that from Dom and started just sort of doing it without really studying it closely. So I can't really answer you. Are we trying to beat the anti-fairy here? No, we're just doing nonsense. Don't do that unless you can beat the anti-fairy. I recommend doing it this way. So I do this mirror dash for swag points, but it's not actually important. So you want to do this room badly on purpose, but you're probably fine just doing it normally. But you want to walk to the left here and dash down and nudge against this rail. If you're like super on top of your shit, it's possible to actually beat the anti-fairy on this side and get hit. Yeah, so just like deliberately be a tiny bit lazy. I think Greenham says that he does a double tap. Like that. But if you're not beating the anti-fairy, then doing this dash down is not gonna actually help you. Losing like 8-10 frames, whatever. You need help here. Where? Wait, this is Omelet's time to shine. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you get hit in the middle when your movement starts being good enough that you can beat the anti-fairy there. I just walk a step into the room on purpose to waste time. Alright. Yeah, don't bonk there. Excellent, perfect. You walk down, then dash down. Yeah, you just have to burn, I don't know, 5-10 frames, whatever. However that's comfortable for you is fine. Or you can beat the anti-fairy, yeah, if you're a crazy person. This is fine. Let's look at this swimming. Yeah, so you do it the good way. I don't know how to do it the good way. I like to hold up left here. Start the dash. You'll start the dash offset to the right a little. I think it kills the Phelps a little more consistently. Yeah. So why did you get owned here? You got owned because you had to stop for this guy and you realized it really late. So you had to do this walk back down to slash him. And then you weren't prepared for it to be going left. It decides which direction it's going to be going. I think like maybe this frame or something. And you're to its left, so it's going left. Personally, I would just slash. Like at this point, at this point, I can see that it's happening. I know that I'm already sad about what's about to happen, and I just will slash when I'm like here or whatever. And sometimes it'll go right, and I'll be like, all right, well, I guess I didn't need to slash, but I also don't get in trouble. All right, good. Killing that Phelps with the pot is really nice. This is like fine. You can tap down here to stay on the grid and get a slightly longer dash. And then staying on the grid will let you enter these more precisely. It's not a big deal though. Sure. So this is good that you're walking up far enough that when the key spawns, you'll pick it up without having to move up. Right, like I was talking about with the heart in pod earlier. But you are walking into it. You're overcompensating a little bit, I think. You're walking into it for a pretty long time. Here, if you're going to walk here, which is good, hold down left until you touch this. Because then you'll be aligned in this one tile gap. Pregnant IP bow. I'm guessing we mean pendant. This is fine to hold up left here. You can also just hold left. Was this the room you were talking about? I feel like you shouldn't be getting owned here too much. So, yeah, I don't know that I have any specific advice for that. Like, there's definitely nothing to do about it here. You could slash here after the animation if you were nervous. No. But you were fine anyway, so it worked out. Do you know about grabbing this rail? Yeah. If the number of enemies is the same or greater than it was when you entered the super tile, so this whole area, then you don't want to grab it. Which means that if you both split the red berry into 2 red berries and kill the red guy, then you have the same number of enemies. So just killing the red guy isn't the only piece of information you need to have. Well, it's just the number of enemy sprites that it has to track. So if you add one and then subtract one, you have the same number. Oh my god, what are you doing? Why are you slashing? Okay, that's pretty good. This is a little early to cancel your dash. You really want to be like around here. And then during this slash, just hold down left, and then you'll get all your movement correct, and you'll already be facing down for the pot without having to do this anti-pump. That was much better timing on the hammer. Hold down left out of this door until you hit this wall, and that'll line you up. Okay. First of all, this is actually awesome. This guy is going to let you kill him, which is going to save tons of time. But then you ignore him. So you should have walked up here and then slashed or I guess hammered if you really wanted, but Jesus, slashed him. And then I don't know why you went back to the left here. This is like a Yeah, so I don't know the exact range, but as long as you're like a little bit off the wall, you're fine, basically. I think you'd have to go like all the way over here or more before you get hit by the... Yeah, so you barely beat it from over here. You would have beat it by way more if you were farther to the right. Look how close that is. So I think holding right here is the way to go. Definitely extend this dash on purpose to kill that guy. He could be trouble on the way back if not. In general, you just want to make the problems go away in Swamp. So if you had killed the red guy earlier, this animation would be a little faster. Dashing out here is totally fine. I think it's actually fastest, but you can also just slash and then hold down right and then right out and lose a couple frames if you find it easier. Okay, perfect. The hammer dash saves like 20 frames if you get good RNG. Breaks even if you don't and you have to hammer him. But you could just like dash to here and then hold down left if you don't like. Yeah. This is another place where I haven't been pointing out every instance of this, but this is another place where I would hold up left here until I touch the wall and then snap. Because you're like away from the wall and then you realize it and you have to get in position, but like switching to up left when you're that close to the door is pretty likely to get you drag frames. Okay, don't dash here. Pump down. because you want to be going down anyway. Again, it doesn't actually matter, but you don't have to snap into spiral staircases. It doesn't. I think you lose one anti-pump by doing this. Not a big deal. It's fine, but I wouldn't bother. All right, that looked okay. Yeah, you were a couple frames late switching to diagonal, but not a lot. Reasonable dash timing. Do you have trouble with this room, Sociable Firebar? Okay. Yeah, spiral staircases don't have stair drag. Stair drag. What's it called? I've been talking for too long. I don't have any words left. All right. Oh, that's good. What did we do here? All right, it looks like you're holding down right there, which is good. Yeah, you do have to switch to up. Here, you want to switch to upright, or yeah, upright, so that you get up here, and so that you get this cut this tiny little diagonal. You have to switch to up at the end, but what you're doing here is you're staying low, and then walking cardinally up instead of cutting some diagonals. And it's also just, you know, easier. Again, don't hammer this. Throwing is almost always faster, unless you're going to stand still. All right. Do you understand this room? I'm guessing no. Okay. So we open this chest and we look at the sprite. And there's no sprite spawned, so we're not going to have to slash at the end. But then, well, first of all, you want to pick this up and walk like one frame and then start your dash ASAP. You walk really far and then you walk left before starting your dash, so that's not great. And it's possible that you've lost enough time now that on some RNGs you will have to actually slash. But yeah, if you don't have to slash but you do slash, you open yourself up to giving this more time to fuck you from behind. I hear it and I don't care. Also, I don't really understand this. This is something that I've been meaning to test for like a year. Nobody dashes here. It looks like it should be a dash though, so I'm not really sure. That's good. Hold on, let me look at that more closely. Yeah, it's good. Ace dash is there. Shout outs to Ace Zero. All right, we got our hook dash. This is not great. This room sucks. Okay, so you pick this up. If you turn right and throw the pot, it's always going to hit the statue. I think you can just let that happen and not walk into this guy where he is right here. But if you don't want to do that, you can hold down right for a little bit until your pot will actually not hit the statue and throw it at him. But like you probably technically had room here to not worry about that and just walk around. But it's fine. So you got there, and then you want to switch to down or down right, down or down left here. You walk super far left, and then you have to take a step down because you're not already facing down. I think the thing you're supposed to do is switch to down, and then switch to down left for just a beat. Yeah. All right, well, that didn't actually go well, but I'm pretty sure you had the right idea. You want to pick this up from the left and then walk to the right. Yeah. All right, good. All right. Pretty good. You probably lost time with that stair drag cancel, but it's a good idea. You want to dash up here. This is a dash left, dash up. It's actually faster, I'm pretty sure, to pump. But then this guy sometimes destroys you, and so you have to dash left so he doesn't destroy you, and then you have to dash up because it's fastest from that point. Mechanics! You want to start your dash lower in this room. You can also hold up left into this room to be a little bit safer at the cost of a few frames. I know some people like it. I don't think this room is dangerous enough, but yeah, that's fair. 19 arrows. Most people will get these arrows at 19. Most people will get arrows in swamp with the intention of leaving at 21 or more. It's not technically the fastest arrows to get. Like, this is technically good, but it's a little bit more dangerous, I guess, a little bit riskier if Vidi goes really badly or something. This is fine. Yeah, just take the hit. It's all good. Oh, he turned up way early there, but that's okay. All right, Argus. No zero cycle. So doing these little turnarounds is good, but you're going way too far back to the left. So you're taking a step to the right and then taking a step of the same size to the left and not actually getting any distance. See? Like, you're here. Yeah. And then you get hit, and then you're too far to the right, actually. This is, well, maybe this is fine. But generally you want to be, yeah. Okay, so it's okay. You want them to sort of go around you. You're not trying to be outside of all of the puffs. You're trying to be in between them, and then everything's fine. I mean, this goes fine, except for this last puff is really bad. Oh no, this is a 2 blue ball Argus. Okay. I don't think there's any specific focus to do unless you're doing the zero cycle, in which case it becomes quite important. Okay, this is a huge gold, right? You should either go for this quick warp or menu during the Argus fight. I will explain both of them briefly. During the Argus fight, if you menu while he's jumping to the top of the room, so... Oh, I got the empty cycle. So if you menu once he's like there-ish, you see he's not on screen anymore. When I unpause, he's not going to finish his jump. He finishes it while I'm menuing. And that is genuine time save, right? You actually do overlap the menu frames with his movement frames, and you actually save some of his movement animation. Save about 20 frames by doing that. So you just wait for him to get like around here on the screen and then pause. And he just finishes going and you save some frames. Okay. Just to cover ground, the alternative is you can go for using the menu to quick warp. I look at the queue of Link's shield against the shadow. If it's abutting the shadow, that's a quick warp. Ugh, come on, and the one right next to it. If you'd prefer to do it that way. You can also, of course, hold down right and use an ear shadow, Q, whatever. But you get to use the menu to read if you're on the quick warp or not. So you should use the menu for one of those two things. Okay, that was a little awkward. Why did we do that movement? You pick up the rock fine, and then you hold up right? The problem with this is that if you start moving to the right too early and the bird's still on screen, you're going to break your spooky variable. It's not really going to be a problem, I don't think, but like I wouldn't tempt fate myself. I wouldn't be surprised if you like if your timing is inconsistent. All right, so we beat the bird, everything's good. Oh, oh no. Wonderful. Oh, baby. All right, we make it on the second try. At the cost of beams. I don't really know what the best thing to do about this is. I mean, I could talk to you about the Fire Rod strat or other Spooky 2 stuff, or Meyer 2 stuff, or the duck backup, or... This is fine. I cancel this with a cardinal up, but it's okay. You selected the right tube. So this one is always correct unless you've already seen this guy and he's not here. Here, let me do the room a few times and I can see it. So on your dash up, right, so there's no, I can't see the fire snake, so I want to take the bottom route. Again, same thing, bottom route. And that time I got owned. But you're gonna get owned more often if you take the bottom route or if you take the top route when you can't see him. Again, can't see him. Got lucky. Did I accidentally lock my RNG? Are fire snakes on a frame rule or some bullshit? Yeah, so this time you can see him. So you can go top route. Right, because he was right in front of me. So it's the same fire snake as either somewhere over here or he's waiting for you still over here. Like, see? So he's right there, so he can't be over in the other place. So I can take the top route. And then you get to dash an extra 3 tiles. Saves like 10 frames. I've never understood it. It sounds insane to me, but apparently people count the number of fire snakes on screen, and if they see 3, that's how, like, they count these 2, and then if they see the third one, that's how they know that top route is safe. Okay, I just like look if the guy is there or not. I don't know. The counting thing seems insane to me, but if that's what works for you, then go for it. But I just don't. I do not get it. You just look if the guy's there. I guess. Okay, don't walk up. Pick up the pot, stand still, walk down. I actually, so you have to come off the wall at least one tile here, at least one pixel, sorry. So what I actually do is pick up the pot and then walk left and mash my face into the wall and then walk down so that I don't have to walk down later or walk left later. Uh, no. What you did wrong was dash here. You should have dashed or walked behind the fire snake. And then you can start dashing. Start a dash when Link is like below this pot, roughly. Yeah, the Medusa doesn't load until you're like here or somewhere. So it changes the timing. So if the fire snake gets in your way, I'll just do it. If the fire snake gets in your way, you walk behind, dash there, and then you can just dash as soon as you get here. If the fire snake doesn't get in your way, you dash and then walk up into this little nook and then dash down. If you want to be a baller, you can try to beat the fireball. I fucked up two things there, so I lost to it. Yeah, I'm gonna lose again. I think I frame ruled it. You can beat the fireball if the fire snake doesn't get in your way. But I would not go for it unless you just like want to do it for fun. You have to have quite clean movement and also be able to tell if anything happened to mess it up. But it is if you'd like to. Oh, we don't have beams, so it's hard to do this room fast. This is a bastard door, so you have to hold left out of it and then switch to diagonal once you've cleared the door. Yeah. It's not almost guaranteed if you can you can tell if you've messed it up or not. All right, so you lost to the Wizrobes, which is kind of embarrassing. All right, so you're a little slow on that, a little slow on that. Oh, and then you nudge forever. And then a little slow on that, and then it looks like we're gonna get hit here. You might have been able to beat it, but all right, I assume you know how to dash into this room. All right, in this room, it's important to say Blaze It out loud because this is the 420th room. Okay, so this seems fine. This isn't how I've seen other people do it, but if this is the timing cue that works for you, it's fine. Mostly people walk down until they're lined up with the blue tile and then dash. All right, that's fine. This is, I keep pointing out more of this than I really should, but this is really sloppy. You overshoot by a lot. The correction is fine, and then you overshoot by a lot here too. You walk all the way down to the wall. Okay. You can start your dash when Link is about here. Wait till here if you're gonna be a baby. This is just silly. You don't have to go down that far. Hookshot hitbox is super wide. Somewhere around here is fine. Cancel this dash with up left, and then just hold up left until you open the chest. Instead of doing that up in the middle. That was a good walk around the spikes, but obviously a pretty sloppy dash. Oh boy. Oh, don't walk that far over. I mean, I don't know. This is a room that I probably wouldn't mess with too much, just because changing the timing is going to be really annoying. But you are wasting a little bit of movement there. Dashing up here is faster than walking. All right, this is fine. I wouldn't worry about it too much, but you might want to mess around with trying to get this so that you want to be a little bit farther to so okay, here. You're pausing here. You want to pause a little bit later, place the block slightly more to the left to make it easier to beat the fireballs, but I wouldn't hold down left after pausing here. I would just accept that I was here. But it's worth, I think, at least trying a couple times to just beat the fireball. Pick up the pot, throw it fast enough, place the block fast enough that you can just walk right and dash down without having to do this little trip. It's not a big time save, but it's the kind of thing where, like, if your movement is good enough for it, it's like, you know, nice. And it's good to like try stuff that you're close to getting good enough for. There's no reason to slash the Stelphos there. He's gonna walk right. You can see his head. Okay, good thing we have mushroom. Do you have a lot of trouble with this room? All right. So you overshoot this quite a lot, which is why you get hit. And then the rest of the room is just fucked at that point. Who knows what the timing is for skipping it the second time? You can pump here a little if you want. You don't want to hold. I'm not sure, actually, if holding up left there will drag you. But yeah, it's mostly just you want a little high, you want a little far left. You did this down left instead of a straight down. You just like lost enough frames in enough places that it added up to a really bad experience. What? Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. All right. Anyway, it's okay. Yeah, I pump there, and I do think it makes the room easier. This dash is fine if you like it. I cannot get it faster than walking and then, walking here and then diagonaling or doing a few pumps up to the door. It's possible it's faster for you, but I could not get it faster for the way I do it. Right. All right, this is fine. You can shoot like here. You walk up a little high. This is fine. It's a little safer. I have nothing against it, but if you want to, you can try to save some frames there. Okay, this is one that I see a lot of people doing. This is one of those places where it's just easy to think that, oh, I want to start my dash as far right as possible to maximize my dash, but you're going to be walking this far left in the room. And there's a whole 8 pixels of extra room that you can walk and start your dash without nudging anything or causing any problems. So there's no reason to try to cut it super tight and make this part difficult. Just walk out until you've comfortably cleared the door, dash up. Might be worth learning below the torch. It's not very hard and it's like 10 frames faster. If you have any trouble with it, you can do above the torch. It's not a big deal. I think the thing to do is place a block here to use the last sliver of magic, because you're gonna... Yeah, I guess if you're gonna wait for the fire snake instead of dashing left, then that doesn't lose any time. Oh boy. Okay, we're fine. Once you are walking up here and you clear the pit, hold up left and then snap. Don't do this like up and then left. Oh yeah, this is not the strat. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna just assume that you found the WQ explanation somewhere and now you can do it. Do you need me to talk about it or? Okay. You can stand a lot higher than this. The water doesn't, it doesn't even hit you here, right? Okay, it did there. But yeah, you can stand like here instead of like down here. And then you can shoot your arrows a lot faster. Like, it's nothing compared to the 2-cycle, but you probably are losing 30 frames from slow arrows, 20, 30 frames. That was... Did you forget to mash Y? Oh, I see. Are you holding A on the flute menu here? Okay. All right, let's talk a little bit about flute menu mechanics then. So if you're holding A, or other stuff too, I think, but I always use A. I think like Y and B or whatever work, but hold A on it. If you're going to 1 anyway, then just hold A and you'll flute on the first possible frame. But after the flute menu comes up, there's a pretty wide window between when it will let you input directions to change where you're fluting to before the first frame, you know, the buffered flute there thing happens. So holding A and tapping left to get to 8 is like not that hard and guarantees you a first frame flute to 8. It's pretty skippable if you have any trouble with it at all. I've literally never messed it up, so I think that it's definitely at least worth trying. If you have any trouble with it at all, don't worry about it. But at least when you're fluting to Death Mountain, just hold A. Do you do this correctly? Yes, okay. No, okay. So this is a bad menu. Right, it's fine, but okay. I menu here. Where this guy is right now, I would cancel my dash up left out of the menu, immediately place the bomb, beam, pick it up, and throw it when I get over there. You could cancel, beam, then place the bomb to be a little safer. If he's coming at me, I will usually extend my dash a couple tiles to kill him, and then cancel and place the bomb. There's different stuff you can do depending on what's happening and how paranoid you are. But one consistent thing is that if he's in your way, you're probably going to want to beam him. Like here, a beam is going to be faster than this, trying to get out of his way. I admire the chutzpah of trying to time that dash well enough to save time with it. Okay. This can use some work, this room. You can. There's a there's a couple things you can do in here. The very fastest thing that's known, at least, is pump up to here, wall pump here, tap A to dash cancel, or to stair drag cancel, open the chest, and then stair drag cancel down here and dash out. You can also dash down there and then walk out. You get a slightly slower dash, and since you can stair drag cancel anyway, it's a little bit slower. Either of those dashes is fine, but walking all the way over here is not great because now you're in an awkward place. It's actually fine because you can diagonal on the stairs, but it's a little awkward. So like if you're in this situation, yeah, you want to switch to diagonal earlier and then dash down, or walk over here and dash down. But you're doing this diagonal and then you're foreshortening this dash by a whole tile. Chex used to have world record in this room. That's sick. Something I haven't talked about really, but you know, you've got a lot of time to save in menus over the course of the run. I think most of that comes from time, but at some point you'll want to be deliberate about practicing it. Okay, that's interesting. I would not start this dash while this guy's here and thinking about fucking with you. Just walk over, and then if you were walking here, you would see in time and you'd be able to like turn up and beam him or something. And now you're just so fucked. Nothing good is gonna happen now. Hooking here is like not that good generally. God damn it. You can sometimes double hook fast enough to get away with it. It's not, I don't know, it's not great. At this point, this is probably fine. You could have decided to go up instead. Yeah, I think this isn't like bad or anything, although you do walk really far over here for no reason. Once again, not really knowing where the slope starts bites you. You could have gotten a whole extra tile of slope dash. You want to cancel this dash when Link is like in the middle of these things. Right, so like his shadow will be like cutting this, I don't know, gemstones in the ground in half, because now you have to cancel this a little early. All right, you've lost about 12 seconds so far. I mean, 9 of that or so is the dead rock block, so. Okay. You can hold upright here to get you some diagonal movement on your way to the peg. Not a big deal if you don't like it or if you're not comfortable with it. Are we gonna get the free quick warp? Oh, my favorite menu. All right, what's the menu here? Pop quiz. Thank you. What did you do? Uh-oh. Do you know about medallion dashing here? Okay. Oh, you actually go for the speed. Holy shit. I just medallion dash for the instant quick hop. That's fair. Uh, I would have beamed him at this point. It's pretty rare to still have beams here, so it's like you're not necessarily on the watch for it, but it would have been good. Oh my god, dude, we've been doing this for so long. I did not realize it was this late. No, I mean, it's only 11 in my time zone. It's fine. All right, this looks good. Okay, good. Oh, yeah. So that's just because you hook a little bit late. Yeah. It's like, you know, your hook goes out and then the thing makes it to your hook in time instead of your hook already being out here. Right? So you cancel a little bit high and then your hook is an instant and like it adds up. And then now I assume we're just mirroring out. Do you normally mirror out? Okay, yeah. Sure. Uh, you probably didn't need to slash there. All right, checks. Good night. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, no, 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 no. You got to dash here. It's a little bit awkward. It's a weird timing because you have to like anticipate the key dropping and stuff, but you want to be charging a dash. We've got beams. We don't do the beam strat. That's totally fine. Went a little far and then... All right, that was fine. Oh yeah, don't do it if you haven't practiced. Absolutely not. It is not easy. But it is fast if you want to practice it at some point. All right, so we're at 9 arrows. I guess we're going to get these. Sorry. Oh, no. All right, that's not bad. You can start your dash a little bit earlier, but... it's really important to snap into this door, which you sort of halfway do, and you don't get punished. I forget if it's the top or the bottom, but one of the sides, if you don't snap, you get hit by the laser and then die. Shouldn't be an issue if you snap. It's the bottom where you get destroyed. All right, good to know. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Okay. My advice is to just not do the fucking beam strat. It sucks ass. All right. I could never do it. I learned it, and then I never got it in runs, and I just gave up. All right, do we know this room? No. Oh, no. Oh, well, that was okay. If you ever want to learn that room, that's a reasonable thing to do, but I mean, you don't have to at this level. I don't think it's worth it at your level, but if you felt like it. Oh, we don't do beams in here? This one's easy, though. All right, we successfully navigated the dark maze. I like that the pot breaks on the track instead of falling in the pit like it should. Well, I don't know. Do you think the track is like an actual physical object? I've always thought of it as just like an indicator line. Okay, so... Well, this dash cancel was a little early, but whatever. You walk a little too far over here, that's also fine. But the main thing is you want to cut this diagonal, cut the pit, and then diagonal, and then you'll line up with the door pretty well. Instead of doing this doot doot doot, you can cut all this with one diagonal. Oh god, no. No, 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 no. Place this higher. Much higher. And let the beetle hit the bottom of it and fall down. Alright. Let me actually show you how I do that room. It's not necessarily the fastest, but it's very easy and you almost got killed. So the way I do it is I eventually dash. I place the block pretty early because you're going to have to wait on the beetle movement anyway. So I place the block pretty early and then move it down into position. Very, very easy. You're going to lose a couple frames, I guess, because the beetle's going to be like trying to diagonal into the pit instead of walking straight right at you. But I endorse this movement. Except that I can't do anything anymore. The rest of it was fine, though. That strat, I really like it. I think it's good. All right, I think you actually did hold diagonal up here, which is good. So you're holding diagonal up right here. You just want to do the same movement in reverse on the way in. And then we nudge that to key dash. Perfect. Oh, perfect. Hell yeah. I understand wanting revenge, but like at some point you gotta cut your losses. We don't even key dash or cane dash. No. I guess I've never tried item dashing on a GameCube controller, so. I'm a big fan of that menu for the ice rod, by the way. I really like that there. That's a bad menu for the fire rod, though. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. The time loss is basically the end of this cycle after this guy is dead. Normally, we'd be in the next phase now. Instead, we're here. Not a huge deal. Are we going to get this? Maybe? Yeah, so you release the spin a little bit late. Where you stand depends on your reaction speed. I try to stand one tile. Let me try to get a screen without an explosion. So wherever the bottom of this shell is, I want the top of Link's hat exactly one tile below that, which you're basically there. You're in basically the right position. I would stand 2 pixels to the left of this and 1 pixel down or something, but like quite close to where you are. But if that's not, if you're spinning late, standing there, then you need to find a distance that works for your reaction time. Because you want to release this. Sorry? Yeah, okay, so this is fine. Okay. Another place where you want to hold down left through the cutscene and just tap Y and A and then you're off to the races. You don't have to do this down movement. And we're just gonna not worry too much about that. Yeah. This is good, by the way. Don't mess with this too much. If you cut this dash like too early or whatever, you can sometimes get destroyed. that's a little sloppy there. Oh, baby. Hook speed, or what's it called? Sword climb. Okay. Hold up here. You want to stay on the grid. Hold up, dash turn. And then you wanna dash up when Link is like right here and get a clean dash. If you're 1 frame to the left or right, 4 pixels to the left or right, you'll nudge in just fine. And if you're more than that, you'll have to cancel and add in. Yeah. 4 character file name. It's fine. That's a pretty big movement down to get that key, but okay. No snap. Okay, so this isn't great. You can hook like here, so you should just walk down once your hook is gonna make it. Just walk down. You do have to pause to let the guy pass, the spike pass, but you don't have to do that by adding time afterwards. And then here, just hold down left. You don't need to do this movement to the left here. Just hold down left until you're in position to hook. It's not quite how I do that room, so I'm going to make sure that I'm not lying to you, but I think that's right. Yeah. Yeah, so you just hold down left after that. There's tons of room. Tons of room. Gotta be brave. I don't understand that reference. This is fine. All right. This is fine. Oh, I guess it doesn't really matter generally, unless you're trying to go for the fast strat, but I usually hook down to this block. Yeah, that's totally fine. Yo, Coin Chaser, thanks for the raid. I think you did this right, but just to be sure, you just hold down right for this whole room. This is fine. You walked too far down right before hooking, but okay. You can also hook this pot and walk in this portal to save a few frames. Doesn't matter though if you don't feel like it. That's fine. I think it's going good. It took longer than I expected because apparently I'm incapable of actually sticking to my guns when I say I'm not going to call out every single thing. I guess we'll have to wait to see what Amla thinks of it. All right. This is fine, right? I think this was all good. Okay, so the only thing that I think what really went wrong here is you want to dash up as far right as possible on this bridge because otherwise you're going to be walking right more instead of dashing. The rest of this is good though. I mean, you know, a little bit. You could pick up the pot a little better and stuff, but that was pretty scary. Yeah, it's kind of tough. You want to hold upright coming into the room, by the way, not up. Maximize your diagonal. But I guess it doesn't matter. You're going to be walking diagonal anyway. But yeah, it's because you can't place a bomb until you're like here. You got to be out of the door. So you got to get a feel for the timing. And then you want to throw this a little early, like when you're a little farther left. Definitely not when you're past the center of the skull. You want to throw it when you're like over here. And then you want to wait like a beat and then pick up the skull and then fine. And you did get away with it, right? It was fine, but you were pretty close to getting destroyed. Oh no. Oh, what is this start? Okay. This seems fine. All right. Well, that's not the best thing I've ever seen, but you made it through. It just so it's not that the horizontal position of the bomb matters. It just means that the whole timing of the room is earlier, and so you pick up the pot earlier, and it's different in the anti-fairy cycle and everything. Nothing about the horizontal position itself. Yeah, so I would, well, I don't know, I would stand higher and a little farther right, and then I mean, if it works for you, it's fine. Oh no, dude. This menu. And then you keep dashing out of the menu, which isn't great. On stairs, which is terrible. You can use the mirror menu to make sure that you're on the stairs and then wiggle out of it or whatever. I use it to... Well, I do the most try-hard bullshit in this room. I don't even need to talk about it. It's fine. You can open this chest from fully aligned with this chest. You don't need to walk over to the left. All right, so that's a 242 mirror. That's not bad. You lost about 4 seconds in the basement. Okay. So you want to start your dash now, right? Probably you're either starting it too early and you're still holding your bow out, or you're starting it too late and the switch has started happening. Probably. If you can't get it to work, just walk down at this point. Standing still is not good. This dash also was definitely bad. You ought to start your dash the second you hit the spikes and start taking damage. You start your dash. It's like not an easy thing to time, but like you see you got cut out of the dash after like 4 tiles. You can just, as soon as you get to here, you can just hold down right until it's time to snap in the door. You don't need to do this zigzag. This down and then right thing. What do we do here? Are we at Joma Mirror? Oh no, you do the... Are you trying to do the fast strat? It might. I would just do Joe Mimics. You can go for the fast strat if you want, if it's fun for you or whatever, but Joe Mimics loses like 15 frames or something on that strat and is 1,000 times easier. It probably loses more than 15 frames, but yeah. I don't really know this strat, but you're walking way too far right. And then, yeah, so the spike's making it to you. And then once you've poked that, the whole thing is shot. You have no hope of recovery. But Mimics 1 and Mimics 2 are like 2 of the top 10 hardest rooms in the game, probably. So. Oh, that was almost fine. I wouldn't be this aggressive about... So like here, I would just walk left. I wouldn't hold up left. Because that's how you got owned, right? Not bad recovery. I don't know why you went to the left there. Oh, this isn't going to work. So this is fine. You can start your dash maybe a little bit farther left, but it's not bad. You want to cancel your dash a little bit higher. You want to walk straight left for very little. You got a little bit of an up left there. And you want to cancel this dash pretty high. And you don't want to, so one of the reasons you don't want to walk too far left here is that it makes it very hard not to overshoot this pot. Which is what happened to you here. So this combination of things caused you to be off by enough that, I mean, you lost by 5 frames or something. Like, it's not a ton. This wasn't like a terrible room, but if you lose to that spike, everything goes to hell. All right, sure. You can throw the bomb if you want. Yeah, sure. This was an interesting approach. Do you want to say anything about this? Okay. You didn't want beams, that must be it. Right. Okay. Great. We get our bow out. Are you trying to cancel stair lag here? All right. That's fine. You can do it if it works for you. You can also just hold left, accept a little stair lag to never miss the shot. Beams are a nightmare. It is definitely true. This dash right is like so aggressive. This is only, I don't really know when this dash is good, but it's not good when this guy's down here. And then for the last guy, my approach would have been to walk up and dash left. If your spacing is good, you can kill him without getting hit. Okay, so this is fine. And then you just like aren't looking at the Stalfos. Like, neither of them were close to that dash path. And when that's the case, generally what you want to do is target this guy, follow the conveyor cycle and go kill him, and then figure out what to do about this guy. Because now you have to track him down, and he's up in fucking Alaska. All right, that was fine. Pretty good G3. Did we do the behemoth arrow? No, that's fine. Yeah, I don't really know what to tell you about this room. I'm not great at it either, honestly. Here, you probably want to slash and switch to upright in case you don't hit. You'll be in the right place. But you kept going down right, and then you got really far out of position. And then you take 69 BMOS hits. Then you neutral dash. Just to spite me. Oh boy, okay, you gotta spin way earlier than that. You gotta find some setup that works for you, but you want to hit him with, just like Cold Stare earlier, right? You want to hit him with the end of your spin so that you regain control as soon as possible. And you hit him with the very beginning of it. Right, like maybe the literal first frame. I think you might have started this spin after his hitbox was active. And then you got fucking God RNG where that was the correct thing to do. But Oh, don't ever slash. Spins and fire rod shots do the same amount of damage in here, and slashes do half of that amount of damage, and you're never gonna double slash a landmo because you're always gonna spin it or fire rod it on the next cycle, which means that going for a slash is like very close to a 0% chance to being actual relevant damage, and very likely to stop you from even trying something that might have worked. So you tried to slash here, and you succeeded at slashing, but if you had just shot the fire rod, you would have saved 6 seconds. So I really strongly discourage ever slashing in here. Not getting the heart. I guess we're fake powdering later, so that makes sense. That's fine. Well, that was a pretty slow block explosion, but that's fine. Just tighten up the timing. That's good. Wow, all 4 hearts. Nice. I think this is a little farther right than you want to be. Not 100% sure where the most optimal pixel is, but it's okay. You didn't need that magic, by the way. Okay, I've never tested this, but I think it's true. If you walk, so after getting this magic, you're gonna have to walk down some. You can't diagonal all the way straight there. I believe it is the case that if you do the down walk before the diagonal, you get a little bit less lag because there's less lasers on screen. Hold it down right, very good. I don't know why you hesitated here. Maybe just an input error or something? I don't know, it looks kind of funny. Left. Left, left. Walking across the spike! Okay, so you know how we've been harping about how you can't place bombs in doorways? And you know how we've been harping about bastard doors? Do you know how they combine? In a bastard door, which this is, if you hold the diagonal that drags you and slows you down, you can place a bomb or use any other item while it's still inside the doorway. So you can place the bomb a little earlier. Did you get the slow dash there? Yeah. You want to wait a little longer before starting your dash if you're going to do it that way. Does that work? Okay, yeah, that was too slow. On the way back. All right, there we go. This was all very sloppy, but point I want to call out is this right, down, down, left, right. It's a lot of stuff you don't want to be doing. You probably just want to switch to the hook shot and hook down to the pot as if you're doing the real strat. Don't do this diagonal. This is nothing. Just wasting time before you start your dash. That kind of sucked. Wasn't really your fault, but okay. You only want to do the hook shot if he's charging you, and he was not charging you. So he was already turning. So he wasn't charging you, right? He was already turning. I don't want to go over the whole thing, but I will send you the link to Moldorm's Wikipedia page, or Wikipedia, ALTTP wiki, which explains his AI. But basically, if he's already in the middle of spinning, he's not going to charge straight at you until he's done spinning. So you could have known that. Do you have a cue for this hook shot? Okay. Do you know how this works? The dash out? Okay. Okay, so this would be a good time to be landing on the pyramid. This adds a bunch of lag, the hook shot, if you care. All right, pretty good. Well, I respect the idea. I think it was probably the right thing to do. This one, it feels like you're just like, I'm definitely not going to get a blue ball, so who even cares about getting both of these hits? I don't know how likely I would be to actually get them, but I would stand a little bit higher to bait them and then walk down a little bit more, because like the way you do this, it's pretty predictable that this is going to go off to hell. And you want to avoid that. Um, if you had gotten a blue ball, it would have actually despawned in the wall anyway. So it wouldn't have mattered. Or if you gotten a yellow ball, I mean. I'm not smart enough to actually prepare for that, but I guess you could have stood like here and tried to get them. I don't know. Maybe you should have just stood here and spun. But then you wouldn't have been able to get the third one. I don't really know. It's not an easy pattern. All right, but it's just one more, right? Okay. Oh, my dog. All right, so we have Ganon problems. We've talked about Ganon before, so. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. That's. Good thing you fake powdered. Okay, I strongly disapprove of standing below him here. If he didn't, if he warped away here, yeah, Ace, I was all tense all over. If he didn't warp away and he went to, or if he did warp away and went to like there, you would lose. You would not get to him in time. I don't know if you know this, but being late on hitting him after he lands actually does lose time. Yeah, and even if he doesn't spawn fire bats, you lose time. Basically one frame every frame that you're late and slashing him. All right, we spam correctly. Thank you. I see a lot of people start spamming really early and then think, oh, well, the torch must have gone out by now, right? Instead of actually waiting to see it go out and get relit and then not get torch glitch, even though they have infinite magic because they're using lamp. I'm not going to talk too much about Ganon. It's just too much to go over. Yeah. This seems like okay. I mean, it's really hard to do under pressure, so. Yeah. But I mean, well, we'll see how it turns out. But I would not expect a 131 player to do a Ganon better than that on an actual PB run when they're under pressure. Like I think that was totally acceptable for where you're at. GG, there it is. God damn it, Ace. Practice Ganon. Yeah, it was good. Man, I did not mean to spend this much time on it. I hope that it was not too much. Yeah, for sure. All right. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The big things are really, well, there's a bunch of places where you just like don't know the automatic movement stuff. Yo, thanks for the sub. You don't have to do that, but I appreciate it. There's a bunch of places where you just like don't know that you can just hold diagonal or something like that and make it easier and faster. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of movement mechanic stuff that's really hard to like figure out on your own, I think. Sweet. Well, I hope it helps. I'm gonna get out of here real quick because I am quite tired now. Who is is anyone streaming? Do you want to raid? I don't know. It doesn't look like anyone's streaming. Yeah. uh... I mean, I had a good time, but I gotta figure out a way to not do this much at once if I'm gonna offer this service. But I hope so. Did we win? I think so. Yeah, hopefully you can get the sub 90 pretty quickly from here. How many balls was this? I didn't even look. Oh, it was 2. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's so weird seeing a 131 player who's actually might have more easy time save in the light world than the dark world. That's so rare. Yeah. So what was this in the end? Yeah, so this was a sub 60 dark world. That's pretty hot, dude. All right. I don't think we're gonna. I think I'm just gonna shut down stream. Thanks everyone for hanging out. We'll be back in the future with more video games. All right. Take care.